Hi. We're back. Day 2 of Endwalker. We're about to pick whether we're going to Charlian or Thavnair. Thavnair, I think is the name. Oh, hey man, what up? The early bird right here. How you doing? Let's see here. Gonna do some sound checking. Yeah, the sound works. Okay. Doesn't require much. I think we should start with the Charlian quests, honestly. Makes the most sense to me. By the way, I went and got the Mark's quest started, so I can do that while we unlock shit. It gives sacks of nuts, which means I can farm up my mounts quicker. So that's great. It made me really happy, because I'm so close. I spent some of these yesterday to get, where is it? This armor set, the Ronkin one, because I thought it looked great. So I bought the whole thing except for the helmets. But outside of that, I haven't really spent any sacks of nuts on anything. So I'm about 900 away from getting the, what's it called? The, like, porcelain looking lion. What's the word for the, oh my god. You know, Shadowbringers was a long time ago. What are they called? The monsters. God damn it. They're called... Why am I blanking on this? Vothri's minions. What the hell were they called? Like, we were the sinners, but what the hell were they called? Albino demons. Like, what the hell? Vothri. Sin Eaters. Light Wardens were the big ones, yeah, but what I was specifically looking for was Sin Eaters. That makes sense. I see why you would think I was looking for the word Light Wardens. That's way more intricate. It's more likely to lose that one, but nope, I completely forgot Sin Eaters. Because, you know, we're the sinners. So it makes perfect sense, but it totally escaped me. Yeah, the Sin Eater Lion mount that is next to Vothri is 3.2k, I believe. But now I'll have 2 sources of income for the sacks, so perfect. But yeah, let's get this on the road. An unsettling change has come over Charlian, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the Forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the councillors directly is a fruitless effort. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Charlian's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim a day. But now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Numenon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right, and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Yes, I am doing this as a red mage. My Dark Knight is 82. My red mage is 80. I figure, you know, speed things up later for me. Leveling. Black mage is almost 80 now, which is nice. Got like a level and a half since I streamed yesterday, so that felt good. But yeah, right now I'm trying to get Black Mage, White Mage, and Astro to 80 to get my Amaro mounts. But yeah, since Red Mage is 80, I figured, you know, it's whatever. I can do the quest from 80 to 82 on my Red Mage, or something else if the MSQ is still 80 and my Red Mage hits 81. You know, share the glory. Okay. So, of course I'm not allowed to mount in a city. I don't know why I tried. What? I tried it again. Okay. Why? Probably the big open fields. The sense of outside. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Numenor, Charlene's grandest collection of books and tomes. I only think of Numenor when she says Numenon. I have way too much Lord of the Rings stuff in my brain not to do that. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, for the archives of Numenor extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. That's cool. The vast halls of the Grey Google Library pale in comparison to Numenor's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Charlene is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Y'shtola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alice and Alphina will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you're only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Charlene's history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I told the others to meet us at the stone benches over here once they've found some promising tomes. Happy reading! This is just a city of nerds, really. Damn window, hold on. That probably didn't help much, but no, it barely did anything. It's the glare itself that's the problem. Like, there's not much I can do about that, but here we are. It's blue today. Very blue. There we go. So we have the Great Library of Numenor, and then here we have Isildur. So that's perfect. A brightly colored book. The story of Charlene. Okay. Long, long ago, on an island in the northern sea, there lived a Rogadin man by the name of Njunkrep. Njunkrep was a student of astrology. Oh, poor man. And he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for the imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and is this just Noah and the Ark? The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror the strangely churning waters drove the people toward the ocean. It was there, however, that Njunkrep's crew hauled them aboard his ark. But the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Njunkrep wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship safely atop Abalathia's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Njunkrep gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Charlene we live in to this day. Definitely knockoff Noah. Yeah, it's Noah with spelled KN for knockoff. What was the name of this one? Roads of Old, the colony. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thaliak in the Dravanian hinterlands, a Sharlayan colony once thrived. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311. Almost 1313, the cancelled Star Wars project, which still saddens me to this day. 1311 of the 6th astral era. Scholars dispatched to Eosia found the facilities wanting, and the demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eosian students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Sharlayan colony. Eosian residents took to calling the colony itself Sharlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Sharlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. I guess it would be Idleshire for some regions of the world, and Idleshire for other parts. I call it Idleshire, but who am I? This book does not appear to contain any information on the forum. Okay. So I just read that without furthering my quest. Okay. Granville. I am rather in the middle of something, so if you wouldn't mind leaving me to my research. Thank you. They're not a very social bunch. The voice of a growing city. In the years which followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, the format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the 6th astral era, it was ultimately decreed that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen amongst their peers by means of nationwide vote. Thus was the forum as we know it today conceived and created. Praise the Emperor. Praise be. An introduction to the heavens. It's like you die and go to the pearly gates. There's a dude there like, read this? You have time. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us to be finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain, in satisfactory detail, how our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. Yeah. I'm glad they've gotten that far. Like, they're at least trying. It was the technologists of Alag who came close to understanding the laws which govern the starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earth-bound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged completely in the distant past? Were arranged differently in the distant past? That their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly by measurable but measurably as we journey into the future. Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? Everyone knows the planet is flat and the sun is just painted on top of the dome. See, you get it. Forever 20 Summers, what's that, a YA book? I'm just gonna see where the actual book is so I know how to avoid it. Stewards of Wisdom might be it, not sure. Probably is. Okay. Let's go read the YA book. Nope. When I read, like, when they talk about the sky and they call it the dome, I just think of Godzilla vs. Kong. With King Kong living inside the giant dome. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? Only in this place would that be a thing. I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. You need food and drink to sustain. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to a reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra. I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant, but you could be 19 or 23 or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be that age you aspire to remain. 29. Through mindful, healthy living will you extend... Why is Susanoo reading this tome? The sea part for we alone. Through mindful, healthy living will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research. Another day, another moon, another summer to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, aetherological, and arcane viewpoint. So it was not a YA book. That was way more fun. What the hell is this? Wait, what the hell? There are Jawas in this game? What the hell are you? Are you an automaton or something? Like, what the hell are you? You have machine legs. Are you a robot? They have mechanomes in this game? Cool. Okay. Stewards of Wisdom. During the chaos of the 6th Umbral Calamity, Archon Nynkrepf, founder of Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the Northern Empty, he instructed his people thus:
renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason.
The Sharlayans took to heart the words of their savior, and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom, nerds of an uncomparable degree. Have I done Manderville? I have done A Realm Reborn Manderville. It is sadly not recorded or streamed, but I have done A Realm Reborn Manderville. Honestly, not my favorite thing in the game, to be completely honest. Like, Godbert is really fucking funny, but Manderville himself, I'm like, yeah, like, it's funny, but I got kind of bored, honestly. Like, I took a break when I got to the Costa del Sol parts in A Realm Reborn, and kind of stood there for, I don't know, a year before I finished the quest line. And when I like some parts of it. I like the later parts of the quest line in A Realm Reborn, where you go to the like the arena in Ul'dah and all that stuff, and you're trying to find the murderer. Animation quality in newer ones gets insane. Yeah, I heard Manderville is used like almost like a tech demo for the devs, so they can push, like, see how far they can push the animations. So yeah, I don't doubt that the animation gets insane later on. I fully believe that. And I mean, at some point I have to do it to get the relic weapons in Endwalker. So most likely when I'm done with the story, we're gonna do a few Manderville streams to get all caught up on that. But A Realm Reborn is done. I have no idea how long the following questlines are, though. Because that was my biggest problem with the Realm Reborn one. It was so long. It took like 6 hours total to get through or something like that. Look at you speeding right along? What do you mean? Dude, yesterday's stream, crazy good. Goddamn. There was some crazy shit happening yesterday. Now we're starting. Oh, you saw it? Oh, okay, shit. You typed to me in-game? Oh, so you did. When did you do that? Hold on. I'm going back here. Oh, it was when I was... Okay. I was at the Mark's vendor looking at all the armors you can get for sacks of nuts in Endwalker. So my entire chat window is like, you inspect this item, you try on this item, you try on this item, you try on this item. And then in the middle of that is your message. You were in between, let's see, which item set was I looking at when you wrote to me. I was looking at the Moonward fending stuff when you wrote to me. So I had just started looking at them when you wrote to me. So that's why. I was focused on something else. Yeah, but dude, when the moon came out at the end, goddamn, goddamn. And the trailer, goddamn, that was good. Oh, you're back home now. Okay. Just finished level 87. Ooh. Nice. Soon the two of us will dive into Eureka and Bozja then, I'm assuming. Or Bozja, as they said in the quest line I did a few days ago. I'm like, ew. not Bozja. It has to be Bozja, right? Bozja sounds wrong. Eureka, your poor soul. Well, I have no idea what I'm in for. I'm not gonna, like... I'm not gonna dedicate my life to play through that shit. But, like... I'm gonna... Like, me and Scorch have been, like, holding off on trying Eureka. And same with Bozja. Until we both are, like, caught up with the game. But... I mean, we'll see. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'll keep going here. I'm reading all my tiny books. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles of water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth in coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Shalian would live by their founder's teaching. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war and with knowledge deliver the world. I'm not sure if it said word or world. It said world. Okay. So, Amadi, what's the point of doing Eureka? Like, what is it for? Why do you do Eureka? Is it just for the relic weapon, or is there something else? Loot is expensive? Oh, okay. So it's just a money-making scheme? Oh, wow. Sorry, were you waiting long? Forever. I think it took a whole 5 seconds to cast the waiting animation. I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Kryle should also be along shortly. I was delayed in a similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final day specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare, and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things are. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Sharlayan, we were not to be allowed across the threshold. That's rough. But I can walk in, as we saw yesterday. I think. I don't think they shoo me out of there. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what of you, Guraha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? I bet you he doesn't have one. Well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Sharlayan, yes, but I was born rather further away. New music? There's so much new music! Makes me so happy. In the southern reaches of Ilsabad, in fact. Oh. For generations, my people have dwelt in Korvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavnir. Is it Thavnir or Thavnir? Korvos. Isn't that the island of the Amazons in Diablo? Aren't they from Korvos? I think so. Hold on. Diablo, Korvos Isles. Corvus is a place. What's the Amazon Isles called then? Amazon Islands. I thought they were called Corvus. Scovos, that's it. My bad. The Allegans founded a city in that fertile land and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mikote to serve as laborers. So they were playing Age of Empires with your people. That's kind of messed up. Ooh, the piano. The bass note there was really nice. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign. So the Fourth Umbral Calamity was Earth? Okay. That makes sense, I think. Water, air, fire, earth. Is that the order? Oh, this is Gratia's theme? Okay. And when the fifth calamity froze the sea solid, yeah, the fifth one was ice. Many of the tribes still living in Korvos braved the journey back to Eosia. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allegan technology from being misused. That was nice. Isn't Korvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald remained the region Locus Amonis. Locus Among Us? Okay. Garlean meme bastards. When I was a boy. If you've seen Daredevil, That's one of my favorite lines. Every time Kingpin has to explain something or is about to do something wild, he's like, when I was a boy. Every damn time. And it always leads to like a 3-minute monologue and ends with him breaking someone's neck. Almost every time. It's really funny. When I was a boy. A nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. Oh. Darnus. Haven't we met an imperial general of some sort named Valdarnus or something? Nail Vandarnus, something like that? House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allegan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allegan Eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Oh. Is that why you only had one? Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Alleg. As the last child born with the Allegan Eye, I was given over to the custody of friends in the students of Baldessian, who had me registered as a Sharlian citizen. That's big, okay. I never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. He's not going to be offended. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louisois, was he not? Stories of... Oh, I love that. Like the build up there with the bass note. It's so cool. Such a simple thing, but goddamn. Every time it makes me go like, oh. Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Sharlians than you might think. Yet, regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn. And with sufficient perspicacity, what? We outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. It is exactly why I have so much love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Not gonna lie, they're just making shit up at this point. Yeah, I don't know how much of that was English, but maybe it's Old English. We are in Old Sharlian, so it would make sense. Here. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway in these books, Chrane. More company should be arriving any moment now. I have to click this again? So much effort's being expected from me. We've returned with our selections. Although I must say, the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Kyle has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. Endwalker is just one giant cutscene. I believe it. I just wish more of it was voice acted, because since there's a lot of reading, there's a lot of me talking, and it hurts the throat after a while. As such, we will be looking into research papers of the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? Because I was there. Or because I witnessed it with Emmett Selk. I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarot firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical details. We can party up, Kryl, and we can enter the dungeon together. You can see it. My thanks. Now, where to begin? The music was sick. We looked at that yesterday. First thing first. What kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? A complete destabilization of creation magics. Primals of unrivaled power were summoned from the ether. The worst kind of phenomena you can imagine. This is just very nondescript. Yeah, a complete destabilization of creation magics, right? Which led to this. Amarok recap for people who actually played it when DLC came out and need one because it's been years. Yup. Yeah, it would have been like, what, 2 years in between, roughly? But wasn't it a destabilization of creation magics which led to primals of unrivaled power to being summoned everywhere from the ether? Because I remember them talking about the primals being summoned everywhere. Wasn't it because of this? Big complete destabilization of creation magics that led to this? Let's do that. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc in all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. Oh yeah, maybe it wasn't primals showing up. Maybe it was just, like, weird abominations. That more or less aligns with my understanding, if only the arts of creation had survived until the present day. They have! To some degree, what do you think crafting is? Crafting is just a weird version of creation magic. That's how it works. Just a bunch of the stuff we have now is just strange deviations of creation magic. We might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Ishola surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Asians. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? The entire story is engulfed by disaster all at once. They say it began with the keening sound. I don't think that's how crafting works in the lore. I think it is, honestly, because the main resource for crafting is crystals. Like the aetheryte crystals. Just like the primal summoning. Your main resource is crystals. So I honestly think it is an offshoot of creation magic. If I'm understanding it correctly. I might also be completely misunderstanding the system, but I think that is how it works. Just like it's not as devastating a system as primal summoning. The entire star was engulfed by disaster all at once. They say it began with the keening sound from the land itself. It's the second one, right? Ah, yes. The Armorotins spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually it resounded all across the star, and not even Amarok was spared. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive and probably quite loud. Imagine an earthquake screaming. That's wild. I'll have to speak with one of the Numenon's mammoths and ask after any book which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? They knocked Dalamud from the sky? What? Huh? They summoned Zodiark, yeah. And I summoned Hydaelyn, I guess. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart. So many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. Him from the Powerpuff Girls. We do not know exactly how Zodiark brought salvation to the star, only by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. I really want to know what would happen if you picked the third one. Alphino would just walk over to you and slap you in the head. Or Kryle walks over and, like, hits you in the knees or something, I don't know. It's such a weird option. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew. I think I've lost my sprout now, by the way. Jesus, that jogged my memory. Jesus. Okay. We are going to look at that afterwards, because I think I've lost my sprouts. Finally. It was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiac, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Yeah. Or might have, had Venat and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telephoroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with the towers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? They are absorbing all the ether in the land, thereby removing the ability for creation magics, I'm assuming. Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech? A convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash. But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return to our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Y'shtola, but it's time we begin studying these research papers. Am I to wait a destination now to, talk to Y'shtola? It's a lot of talking. A lot of waiting this time, Jesus. You're late. A wizard doesn't have a late hero, but that's what it means to. Yeah, that I was like, wait, what is that quote from? had to dig a bit. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search for the Archon stacks produced 1 or 2 possibly useful books, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urianger learned of the source reflections from the Gerun oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Google Library. It is even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason that then that my colleagues, be they Archon or counselors, should be perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Fortunal with knowledge of the Telephoroi and their machinations, there's so many names in here, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us, which only supports the conclusion that what privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Yep, I agree. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Oh no. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh, Raggy. You labor for what feels like an age as Y'shtola's research assistant. You know how many people online would kill for that opportunity? Meanwhile, I'm just hoping she gets to meet Runar again. Oh dear, you look exhausted, but what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subject I mentioned? Yes. Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a Mamet at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. I love that it's the same melody as the main menu. So good. Ready for a tea break, Chrane? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down in the Hobbit, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables, and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Da, 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 da. Bow, 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 bow. It was really funny when I unlocked the last Ethernet shard yesterday. It's like, you have unlocked all Ethernet shards in Charlian, and then nothing else. Like, every other time it's like, you can now use the exit to this thing, but it didn't give me anything. Sights of the End. Oh yeah, Sprout. You're right, the Sprout thing. It's gone. Oh, I can do this now? Okay. Huh. What are all these blocked out for? The rule is 300 hours and patch 5.5 quest. I have absolutely done both of those. My time played... I'm gonna, like, have to remove a few hours from this when the Sprout was removed, but my current play time is 2,933 hours. So, I don't know, lose 4 or 5 hours from that. So I went over the requirement by 2,600 something hours. Yeah. I guess the Sprout is gone. I should have waited for Dawn Trail to come out before reaching Endwalker just to have it still. Just for the sheer idiocy of that whole thing. Yeah, I updated my adventure plate. Forgot about that. Oh yeah. Sights of the End. Do I have this in my checklist of all the things? "37 days, 16 hours. Was it time played? No. Slash played? No. Slash playtime, okay. 78 days, 18 hours, 34 minutes. Also keep in mind that I have a few alts that have finished A Realm Reborn. So... there's a lot of hours spread across my account here. Why do I have alts? It's for fun. Okay, it was called Sights of the End. Oh, it's sightseeing log. Okay. When you finished Endwalker, you had 100 hours of Sprout left? Jesus. We play this game very differently. Actually, I kind of love the fact that people can play, like, a game like this in so drastically differently. I think that's a great thing for the game itself. I'm about to threaten this dock worker here. Ah, okay. I see. Yeah, I've basically been doing it expansion by expansion to just do everything, almost. OG plan was to do near raid and then probably quit. That's really funny. Ah, yes, we finally found the babeth we've all been searching for. Why is she wearing Ixal gloves? Ah. Use your wits. I'm screwed. I mean, this has to exit to a different area later on. Yeah. Yeah, I think we've been playing this kind of the same way, Scorch. But I did hold off on playing Coils for a long time, though. I think I did Coils after finishing Stormblood. I think that's the main difference in how we've played this. Because I remember finishing Stormblood, and you were in Realm Reborn, saying you did Coils, and got help from another player in the Party Finder. And I was like, oh, that's the way you can do it, so I just did that. Yeah. Good old days. As busy as ever, I see. How very Charlian that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete with for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telophoroi. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? I don't think they're even gonna know what we're talking about. What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew of the Telophoroi. These enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear, and... Wait, you're that House Levieur girl, aren't you? And this man with you is obviously a foreigner. I'd heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. I'll thank you to leave me be. I've naught to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. 'Twas foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come, Chrane. Yeah. This place... Ugh. Time to re-download the entire game? Jesus. Yeah. I bought a new hard drive like a few days ago that arrived on Friday. So I had to re-download like 8 games, and this was one of them. Which is why I started streaming at like 9 something yesterday. It keeps randomly crashing. That sucks. That really sucks. You tried like a repair thing? I don't know if they have one for this, but most games do. Maybe there's a chance. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telophoroi and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Levieur. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if word reached Master Fortunor that I was helping you. I see, we're sorry to have bothered you. It just re-downloaded all of the patches. That's rough. Welcome, sir. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alizé I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of The Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion in between lessons at the studium. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Elfino had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything all right at home? It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levieux. No matter how discreet Master Fortunor may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? We have questions, and only Charlian has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. That's what you're here to find? Information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlian, aren't you? Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answer you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? Leave it to me. That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelette is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, there should be a Makote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. I'm not gonna remember all that. Let's see. Tea for the chatty ones. Yeah, tea for the chatty ones. Omelette. Oh, omelette. Why do I keep mixing omelette and amulet together? Omelette for the Highlander. And the cat wants lobster. Oh. I'm not gonna get stuck in a conversation. I have to look, like, remember this. Okay, good. Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. The Telofa who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them. Or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about the ritual arcane practices of the 6th Umbral era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. Unsurprising. None of these people know about current or future things. They all just live in the past. Gisla wanted the omelette. Ah, finally, 2468. Let's begin, no time to waste. $95% of your GPU? That's crazy. How much does mine use? Between 40 and 45. It only takes like 6 VRAM though. Yeah. Yeah. What? The Telophoroi? Ah yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Some old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Of course you do from here. Because you never see what happens outside the, like, these shores. Urbane banter with a smile. At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish.
The final days? This is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. Must be a busy day to be a gleaner. What's a gleaner? You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of sorts. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Charlian. Priceless books, unusual live specimens, and so forth. So named for the folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. By all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Tulofuroi make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before, not like this. Good to know. Obi-Wan is here, the negotiator.
Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring that no one whispers in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. But let's enjoy our drink somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues.
That is a disgusting way to describe them. Wagging tongues. I've never heard anyone say that before, and I never want to hear it again. Oh, it's right here.
Yes, this should do nicely, out of the wind and out of sight.
Voice acting.
When our father disowned us,
I could feel it.
I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
Yep.
It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant.
He's dumb.
Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlian?
Yeah. I remember it as
it
it
the
was
Forum was
yesterday.
determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt.
Honestly, it just made us want to go here even more.
And
I feel like he failed
when he
dramatically.
demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
No. You could do nothing to change that. Oh. Where are you going? It's the same guy
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos.
on all the boats. It's the same dude.
A vast complex beneath the island.
It's
Charlian
beneath
is
the island.
famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility.
So, Moria?
Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual?
Sure did.
Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the forum.
Interesting. So they're like...
If the appearance of the
Yeah.
Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the forum is planning.
Absolutely. Didn't realize the forum controlled the gleaners. That makes a lot of sense as to how they're hiding shit from the people. A labyrinthine descent. We should tell the others what we've learned about the gleaners. Go on ahead to Numenon and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. Such nice kids. Her and Alphino, they are somehow very pleasant to be around, even though their dad is the biggest piece of shit. Must be that the grandfather had more influence on them. I guess Alphino was a lot like his dad when he showed up in the beginning, but he's changed. Welcome back, Chrane. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? No, we got, like, real details. Not exactly, we did some impromptu investigating and turn up information on the gleaners. Should be crazy, yo. It makes sense. The gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the forum. A sudden and significant increase in gleaner traffic and in cargo, it certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. So they're just stopping all type of information from reaching the people. This is some Attack on Titan shit going on right here. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Ishtola observed earlier, the Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Chrane and Alice learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Charlines know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telophoroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eosia's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. Surely it's nothing. I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves, and if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive than to our questions. What should we expect down there? Oh, I would hate to spoil the surprise. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is. Very cool. Very cool. Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. Come on. Really? I even walk faster than you? Come on. This is my nightmare. At least let us move at the same speed. Now we run. Try to keep up. I get that they're trying to make me accustomed to this system, but this is like a basic thing in almost every other MMO. It's not like crazy to be walking next to an NPC like that. Crazy for 14? Well, they seem to think so. The rostra, not far now. I mean, it's literally up here, right? You look cool. Hmm. Here we are, through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the shard there, didn't you? It'll make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. It's interesting how, like, open everything is. In terms of, like, you're not blocked by big locked doors and stuff like that. It's just walk in. I guess the lift operator could, like, turn us away, but... What's your sword? Is that new? No. I've seen that as a two-hander. I don't remember ever seeing it as a one-hander, but maybe it's... Maybe I'm just not remembering it. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go. Is Emmett going to introduce a new area to us now? Perfect cutoff for the music there, that was nice.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky.
This is the King Kong Dome.
In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves. And this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Labyrinthos. Labyrinthos.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day. with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today.
Yeah. Probably more than just today.
It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Oh. What the hell's that all about?
Did you call to me just now?
No. Are you hearing Heidelin? What's going on?
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Kryle is just Fandango in disguise. Prepare the padded room, I'll distract her, you grab her. I mean, it's not much of a challenge. It's like that. Just carry her away. It's like kicking and screaming. It's a big area, okay. The Archaon, Charlian Hamlet, Aporia. Okay. I need answers regarding the robot boys. What the hell are they? I don't know. This is the ultimate blue leveling location? Really? Okay. That's good to know. You here to give help or give me more headaches? Because you don't have the look of a gleaner, I'm in no mood for idle chatter. Are you a male Vieira, sir? I believe they were introduced in Endwalker, right? One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of marmots running loose. Oh yeah, these were the weapons in the box I got. Does that mean you sell the armor too? Durium? 515. Yeah, it's Durium gear. So this looks like the gear I'm farming in Gimlet Dark, just in a different color. Can I can dye it. Okay. None of these. I can almost make it the orange of the one I'm farming, but not really though, right? So I guess it is still, you know, worth farming the one I'm farming. It's kind of cool in black though, but doesn't offer the same vibrance of the one I'm farming. Alright, what does the scouting one look like? Does it look better than the one in the dungeon? No, not really. So I guess I'll keep going at it in the dungeon. The rest seeds should be item 1058, cumin seed 1059, snarlberry, what the hell? Can't wait for 2 color regions on armors. Same. It's gonna be insanely good. Hopefully. I hope it's gonna be good. My head feels like it's stuffed with moko grass. Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Kurthan carrots for the Girabonian carrots? What then? Okay.
Most of those gathered here appear to be gleaners. Why don't you wander around and try making small talk?
I try. I'm just curious how it was going for you. She doesn't even... She's like, I have no time for this shit. Wrong cares. World will self-destruct in 10 seconds. Well, they obviously don't believe in the world ending. So I don't see how that could happen. Apparently it's an impossibility. Based on how they're talking to us. But apparently the carrots are more important than the actual end of the world, so... You want to know what I'm doing? I'm hauling books and ore and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in labyrinthos, you know, sort of tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our lap. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing in the layout. Preparing for the next big expansion. The one from a few years ago, could that be the Calamity?
Any luck, Chrane? What tales did the gleaners have to tell?
Taking stock, large shipments, exhausted gleaners.
So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right, the Forum is definitely up to something, and they are turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process.
Oh. New Aetheryte location is now accessible. I'm assuming that's from the main city to go down here. Because I didn't get one before.
We would do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, Chrane, I have an idea.
Why am I kneeling down?
Didn't one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined toward a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I will turn my charm upon this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. Ba-da-da-da.
Oh, Alexander's already here. I don't know why I cast it again. Sorry, Alexander. You wish to help me find the marmots? I've nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. The name's Aaronville, friend. Specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Najan marmots is a trial. I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistake in our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in this sack. Gently, of course. I need to buy a new chair. This thing is garbage. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forests. Be on your guard, there are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot, or you. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Okay. A goobu? Or a weird variation of it? That is a dog. That is a troll? He has lizard legs. And a hair tie. What's the combat music? This is very A Realm Reborn. Look at those eyes. They have a cave troll. Grizzled mouse. I let the thing escape. Very, very fun. There it is. I see you. You little piece of poop. Hunting troll. Why is 14 download so slow? I have no idea. It took me 3 hours, I think, to get it downloaded. Maybe 3.5. Yeah. They have some weird thing on their whole servers, I'm assuming. Yep. Where? Oh, there we go. The quest is even called Glorified Ratcatcher. Hello, Aaronville. How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Right here. Ah, there's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Who tasked you to capture them in the first place? Why, the authority in charge of Labyrinthos, now and in perpetuity. The same officials who've had us working day and night of late. The honorable members of the Forum. Who else? Suitable for consumption and easy to breed, those were the two conditions given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I know what they're doing. I figured it out. They are expanding and taking as much of the outside world as they can into Labyrinthos to just live out the end of times. The end days. They're trying to move the people down here to, like, not play a part and just live through the end of the world. And then just come back out. They're building a fallout shelter is what they're doing. Damn cowards. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are, Chrane. Is this the gleaner you mentioned? The one who was looking for lost marmots? Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I'm Kryle of the Students of Baldessian. The others are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decision of late have not set entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hoped by seeing those decisions put into action we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. Completely fine. You've done more than you know. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? Yeah, I think I realized what they're doing. So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered when the operation was begun. The Forum contacted the Gleaner guild ship and put their people to the great work some 4 days after the Telophoroi made their chilling declaration. Yeah, it's a fallout shelter. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners have been kept abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus, I am inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives the distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive reconstruction of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telophoroi's declaration was what set it all in motion? It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archaeon? From there we can reach the lower... Okay. Kryle, what's wrong? Is she experiencing what the ancients experienced when they were talking about the earth making a disturbing noise? Is that what she's hearing? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache. That's all. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archaeon. We follow the path east through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse, or Mohammed, was it? Anyway, it is the trolls you need to watch out for. Is she hearing the voice of the planet crying out? What is this? It's kind of sick. Okay. Behold the Archaeon. As Numenon serves as Sharlayan's literary archive, so does this structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture too is similar, but this building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archaeon contains a physical history of Sharlayan's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Pretty cool. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. Chocobo keep, chocobo keep. Oh, ba-da-bum-bum-bum. That was kind of cool. Phase bros. Okay, so completing more fates makes it open up for more inventory, okay. No aether, right? Vein or anything? Okay. Aether current, that's it. Yo, what up?
Greetings. We are here to peruse the Arcane's vaults.
Peruse? You're clearly not gleaners then, might I ask your affiliation?
We belong to the students of Baldessian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public.
Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter.
Not us, then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that?
That service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory.
What, so this is as far as we can go?
I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our reconstruction operation is concluded.
By that time, it will be too late. And we were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for a moment, shall we?
Students of Baldessian. Okay, what's that supposed to mean?
We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed. I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. It is likely that the people in this area are involved in the reconstruction in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load.
Am I taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archaean, even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere, but it was wandering around Tranquility, so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Squeal? Oddest little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archaean is open again.
What's that? Take you down on the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate there, though, shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. How is Chatbert not the person we're here to talk to? That's an incredible name. The hell? Aaronville? Hey! Perfect. Quiet, you'll frighten it away. Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The Cloudkin I need to capture is close. Very close. You wish to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Oh, I know of the hornbill.
Its feathers are green and its cry a distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot it with this sleeping darts. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. If the hornbill is what I think it is, I have seen the memes. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I think I'm thinking of the shoe bill. Oh, the green bird which calls. Okay. There it is. I only knew caw. I didn't know it was supposed to be green. Maybe you did say it, but...
A fair shot.
Oh, you have a voice. Are you also Icelandic?
Nicely done.
Yep.
Let me truss this one up, and I'll make
Sounds
my way
like it.
over to you.
Sure sounds like you're Icelandic, like Lena.
There you are. Any new revelations?
The bunny man will help.
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill.
Yes.
I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Good question. I would love to know.
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a gleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth.
Damn.
Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
And people are okay with this?
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Yeah, most likely, but why a hornbill?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species, too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
Yes.
That's all it is, though.
However,
An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
well, there's one thing you could do. In regards to the lift.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift.
Ah.
I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Well, send just one of us then. Make it more believable.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down.
Climb?
This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
That's crazy. Okay.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you'd do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Good day to you.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
What a helpful man. When does the Moogle event start? I have that written down here somewhere. Moogle event May 14th. That seems so far away. Yokai event starts on the 24th of April though. That's close. I wonder if I can do something about the lights. Like if I were to, let's see. What if I do something like this instead? Is it worse now? I can't even see my monitor for the lights. Hold on. Oh, it's way worse. What if we do... Nah, it's completely screwed. Hold on. Yeah. It's not gonna get better than this for the moment. You're just not gonna have to wait for the sun to go down, so that's fun. Okay. On we go, deeper into the maze, as the quest is called. This place is wild. It's all like the whole comparison I make to this is like a season of the show Arrow, where they made like a place to keep everyone safe when they tried to level the upper city or whatever, and they built like cornfields underneath the town. It was a weird part of that show, as was most parts after season 2. Oh, okay. It's a new ability, right? There we go. Jesus. Is that like Flare for Red Mage? Scorch. Huh. Kind of, but also not at the same time. It's kind of cool. How many other things for the hunt are down here? Medical circuits. It's in the center. I guess that's where we're going. Yeah, that's about it. No more in Labyrinthos. Hello, Alphino. This must be it. The entrance to the mineshaft. 'Tis faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed there by the researchers, you think? Well, slavering beasts aside, we'll need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up at the again on the other end of the tunnel. Okay. Well, Alexander, I guess it's just you and me now. That's a big tunnel. What the hell? Hey, Mithril Cap, you're like the fungus things in Shadowbringers. Hello. Surveying the caves. Nope. I'm gonna run away from you. Ugh, disgusting. That's a lot of... There's too many of them. What are we going to do? Everyone seems to have made it through without incident, nothing of consequence at least, and as promised the tunnel has delivered us into the medical circuit. As I recall, this tier where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Erinville's assumption holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. Let's see what we see. Genamos. I probably shouldn't read into it too much that we're seeing things from Shadowbringers here, right? It's not like they're transporting creatures from a different world, right? Stray garlic is really funny. Stray tomato. What the hell? This place is weird. Look at those. A block of grapes. Ah, now I know where we are. This is Meriol Agronomics. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed the Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable success might make it to the Agora. Food so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. Yeah, they have to feed an entire populace. It is possible they know something of the forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same, or cast about for useful clues. Okay. Okay. This place is weird. Very weird. They have like pumpkins molding over, but at the same time they're like, look at them, they're almost done. Like, what? Weird. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors, not with use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? Please don't tell him. The mine shaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the forum has us filling order list a mile long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, huh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. Interesting. Not surprising. Guess I can't go in here either. No. That's true. They don't have to adhere to the weather down here. Do I have aught to be taken down below? More than I can carry, and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport. Hence the stack of crates atop the hill over there. God's hauling the lot up that slope was a job and a half. He wants to make plants where tomato and potato grow from the same vine. That's interesting. Took a moment to survey the surrounding area. There are several other facilities nearby we can investigate if we fail to learn all of value here. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given that it's native to a particular locale in the very place which upon Labyrinthos was modeled, a region in the south of Ilsabard. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for a myriad of flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. Used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed it Locus Amonis. The Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one of whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. I am from the studium, here to gain practical knowledge. Okay. Okay.
Hard to look away. isn't it?
Aardbirds?
But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect.
That's a weird one.
And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild.
Flowers just don't be fucking
With too
them anymore.
few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin.
Interesting.
And to further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our
That's
attempts to
unfortunate.
study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration.
Understandable.
As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
You have a name, sir? Matoya's theme. Clear your head, girl.
Have you learned aught of interest?
I have some interesting flower lore.
A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating.
She seemed very
but
fascinated
as it
by
stands,
that.
we fail to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
Yeah.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly.
What, are we just gonna spot one of them right now?
Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean?
Okay. Oh! There he is. Eren.
Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member? Or at least a close associate?
Yeah.
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
What of them? Wait.
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all...
Yeah, what's up with this?
Cryer?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
What's up with you, Kryle? What's happening?
Almost. I can almost reach you.
What? What is going on with her? We have a straight jacket on standby just in case.
Is Kryle still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We can't let our quarry slip away. Erenville was headed westward along the path outside the Arcane. Come, we can still catch him.
Where was the thing down here? Snapweed in Medical Circuits, Labyrinthos, okay.
Hold a moment, I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta, one of Labyrinth's climate control centers. So you're gonna tell me we're following a character named Eren, who is moving like towards a wall? What are we doing? Should have its own lifts, which one could access the upper or lower tiers. If I were an agent of the Forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Graha and his vanish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads. Goodness!
This is good. This is nice. Oh, I'm gonna be hearing this more? Good. This is nice. Smooth jazz. Unaccustomed to transfiguration? Worry not, it will wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along to catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. Can we talk like this? And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you're likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would to learn anything of note. roasted. Which reminds me, where the creatures hereabouts in that form, where the creatures hereabouts in that form, you're essentially defenseless. You're changed into a toad. You must remain transfigured in order to progress with the quest objectives. If you move too far away, look at your map. There of effect. Speak with her to get turned again. Okay. Alphino, can we talk?
Ribbit. Kermit the Frog here. Now, Alfie Toad and Ali Toad are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave your quest companions behind by entering a different area, or by speaking with them and selecting the option to part ways. If you wish to have your companions join you again, return and speak with them at the original location. Here we go, baby! Now, Alphino and Alize, how do we fare on this fine day?
Download error, Jesus. Good times. Mine failed once, I think, during my download. Jesus. I'm walking straight into this guy. What am I doing? Ah!
Oh no. Wow.
Okay, we're supposed to be down here. Haha.
Ribbit, ribbit.
This is a goofy quest. Well, I've moved too far now, so where am I supposed to go? Okay. There we go. The gang.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
Good on you for standing up for yourself.
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge.
So instead of helping to prevent
I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Just to preserve this nation.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
And summarily dismissed. They are trying to unionize, yeah. Hi.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full.
Damn.
While I do
Perceptive
have
young
my
dude.
reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart.
Of course, that makes sense.
Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Bye.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
There's something special about
If
him.
you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Makes sense. I like that. That makes a lot of sense. I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. Yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we discovered a new piece of the puzzle, this momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Charlian has been called to action, and the Telophorois declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eosia's request for aid. Yeah, I think it's all just to preserve. Oh, that image is scary. This image. That's a big thing happening right there. I still think they are trying to do everything they can to, like, build a safe house. Like a bunker out of this place. And just try to preserve the information they have. Like, all their dear books. All the knowledge of the world must be kept safe, you know, shit like that. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all its resources? Judging by the way what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Y'shtola and Kryl for the moment, see what they think of this. Let's see. Maps. Where can I find this thing? Ooh, switch expansions. Endwalker. Northern Snapweed. Those supposedly up here. Okay. By the way, I might have a website up for the maps of the hunts. However, I am doing everything in my power not to look at the list of locations, so as to not spoil myself, because I really don't want to spoil this game. So don't worry, I'm not reading the list of future zones and shit like that. 1 out of 2. I'm gonna have to eat something soon because like, it's one of those where you can feel it in your arms. Like, I'm getting so hungry, I feel like my arms are, like, weak. Huh. I installed my game via Steam. There we go. Okay. Oh. Lost little troll. I'm assuming that's an ether current. Welcome back. I trust you found Erenville. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Kryle, then discuss how to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm. She was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near the flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas, just in case she decides to wander. I'm surprised they haven't found a single ether current yet. But I guess that could also be solved with the map. Should be one over here. Okay. It's probably up there, but I'm gonna hope it's down here. Okay, so how do I get up there? Oh, there was one in the cave. In the mine shafts. There are 10 on this list, though. I thought they turned them down to 5. Or is it just for old expansions they turned that down? And there's a bunch of them for new expansions. Or current content, rather. Guess we're about to find out when we see the list. It's not here? There it is. It's a bunch. Okay. So it's current content with the old stuff being trimmed down. Okay. Huh. I'm assuming the wide area means she's not here. That thing is goofy looking, dude. The damn trolls. Shaggles? The flowers were up here, I think. Yeah. What are you up to, Kryle?
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Who? Heidelin?
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Oh boy, okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment.
Why are you not showing yourself like you did on the boat?
Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment.
Okay.
It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul.
Huh.
I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well.
Huh.
Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower.
Who?
Walk free, for you are free.
Walk free.
To go where you wish.
Free. Nice.
To believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow.
Walk free.
Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
Them.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go.
Could have been a real gamble as well.
Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower.
Yeah, I'm really curious how that's gonna work.
Yes, we are definitely making progress.
And that other soul she ferried from the... Hold on.
You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
Are they throwing us out? The second soul being ferried from the first. Could that be Ardbert? Could it be Emetzel, Gorillidibus? I don't know. Oh! Papa?
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization.
I'm surprised it went on for as long
We
as
are
it
aware
did.
of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian.
Bastard.
A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
You all suck.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
Because they don't want anyone in
Tis
this place
not
to
our
know.
way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge. But the timing of such pursuits must be considered.
Hypocrisy.
Not to mention their potential impact.
Hypocrisy.
With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion.
You're just the Illuminati, dude.
And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
No, based on that quest image, we're going in front of the Forum.
will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Grow to you.
Gra! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Yes, he's an accomplice.
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
He's an Archon.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
My god, they suck, dude.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Guys, your dad sucks ass. So infuriating. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, and he's already in here. Okay. Are they all just 90 years old, everyone in here? Are they all old as sin?
Forgive me. I was careless.
This is not your fault, dude.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
Damn. Nice. Nice.
The Forum will come to order.
So he snuck
This
back in.
inquiry is
after we
now in
left.
session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuno, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
So this is all from him. Okay.
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance.
Everyone applauds.
Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
So the outside world is a state secret now. Interesting.
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Shut up. Arthur Fist, go!
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
That's right, shut the fuck up.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Yes.
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own.
Nice. Good.
The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policy-making process. To better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions.
Clever.
At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent. The unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society.
It's nice of them to let us just talk about this.
And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society.
Yeah.
Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge.
Exactly. I assumed as much.
The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival.
It's like a huge fallout shelter.
I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony.
Oh.
The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
Oh.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea.
Huh.
You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
I recognize that voice actor, but what the hell just happened?
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Ironic, coming from you.
Father, Master Fortuno. I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take.
Yeah.
But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me.
Hell yeah.
So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Truly, we do not give a fuck. We'll just leave. You're useless.
Golok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand.
Terrible habits! He would hate talking to me.
By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same.
Thank you.
Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
I like what's happening. Okay. Please.
Order! We will have order! Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measure.
Is this the Pope's voice actor?
Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates.
I've already attuned to your Aetherite. You're fucked.
Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
Seems more split than I expected. What is Griffith doing here?
I count 51 for and 48 against.
Really?
The proposal is passed. Students, scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
So you're not going to tell us anything? What about what he was saying then? I thought he was saying something like, maybe we should tell them some information so that they feel like we're somewhat justified in what we're doing, but apparently that's not what happened. Jesus Christ. Snow? That's cool. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city, and our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mystery duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedoms so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn anything of substance here in Sharlayan. Yep. Estate visitor.
The overall picture has grown quite clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may. Is Father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family? Alphino, Alice, it is you. Their mom? Maybe? I was about to be like, yeah, why can't we just go to the house and see if your mom will talk to you? Just to hear what her opinions are on your dad. And I mean, that it'd be really fun if this turns out to be their mom. When I heard you'd been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. It is their mom. Mother. She looks nice. The smile looked very friendly. Emilien's Levieux at your service. And you fine people must be the scions of the Seventh Dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. A warm presence. Insane. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches Father that you are here. Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fortunor are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. And you will come to the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. The timing couldn't be better. As a matter stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go visit your home. We'll be back at the annex when you're ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure we... Chrane, what do you think? Chrane? The Chrane Carmine? I like this lady. What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. What is going on? But we must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Why are you still together with this man? He sounds horrible. Chrane, if you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estates. Gladly. And then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. Look, your mother seems lovely, okay? Your dad's a piece of shit, but your mom seems lovely. So let's go and talk to her. I apologize. My mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I'm glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Chrane? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us on our visit home? Fine, if we're going, then let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away, childhood toys. I mean, never mind. The Levier estate is that way, straight down the stairs. Come on. There's 2 places to talk to them. Great. This is the quest I've been waiting for. This is what I wanted out of this. As children, Alphino and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meetings ran long, because when I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at that exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. When Alice and I were little, the bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or a servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. Now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. They'd be shitting themselves if they knew. Oh yes, this is where I first practiced magic on an actual person. Alice had fallen, you see, and scraped her knee quite badly, so I tried casting the simple restorative spell I had just learned. How she smiled when the wound closed, the joy and relief. That was, I believe, the very moment I chose the healing arts as the main subject of my studies. We used to come here all the time with grandfather. In summer I would dip my hands and feet into the fountain and splash about. Not Alphino, though. Even back then, he wasn't very fond of playing in water. He'd make an excuse to avoid it. Which would explain how I came to swim like an orc and he'd sink like a stone. Okay, so did I unlock the... yeah. Labyrinthos thing? Yep. Emilians! Levier! And here you are at last. Please, do come in. This is gonna be voice acted, surely. Oh my god, hello.
Welcome home, my lady.
Okay, where are their rooms? I'm gonna find every secret they're hiding.
What? What are you gawping at?
Just, you know, the sheer spoiled nature of your home. House Levier and all its grandeur. Scion headquarters must seem squalid indeed. Just admiring the craftsmanship. In all its grandeur.
Oh, gods, please don't. It makes me feel like a spoiled princess.
Good.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
That is Kryle's voice.
We shan't be long.
Okay.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures.
So you know of me.
I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations.
Ah.
Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid.
Now you sound like a caring parent.
The triumphs
Good.
and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience.
Yeah.
But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
Ah. Well, that's embarrassing.
It is plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
Yeah, would you like to hear about Heavensward when me and your son were banished and your daughter was almost killed by a cat with a bow? Like, which story do you want to hear? The new outfits.
When you mentioned gifts,
Hell
I wasn't
yes.
sure what to expect.
Does that mean?
Mother,
Does that mean Alphino is now a new class, new job?
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alpha.
I hope he has the exact same outfit.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore.
I hope he has the exact same
and
outfit.
while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits,
Ah.
I must respect the individuals you have grown to become.
Yes, I made his blue instead.
See for yourself.
I saw him in the trailer. His outfit is dope. Hell yes. Woo! Yeah!
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
Hell yeah.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
Sage weapons. Sage man.
If you'd allow me, Master Alphino.
Class change. Job change. Ugh. It's time, Alphino. Hell yes. Oh, the...
Wait.
Nice.
Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father.
He won't miss them, though. Because he's useless now.
Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles.
Well, well.
None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
Yeah. They had the moon shape on them that they have on their hair clips, I think. So they looked very custom. Hey.
I am told these devices are quite difficult to master. But someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb.
A plum.
May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion.
Okay.
Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work.
They were that awful
I may
children.
not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words.
Beat him.
Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Ask for forgiveness, not permission. So she's the cool parent.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
This was dope.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Pleasure meeting you. She's nice. It's on the Mog store. Weapon not included. Doesn't surprise me. Well, I think Alphino got the better gear, but both of them look much cooler now. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice. As will these tokens of home that we carry with us. These gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality. Let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. He's a sage now. Everyone is slowly moving away from the base game classes. Like, he was not astrologian. He was a arcanist, then like scholar. She was arcanist, then red mage, rogue to gunbreaker. Well, in 1.0 he was a gladiator, and then rogue, and then gunbreaker. I'm not sure what what Urianger was. Maybe he was also an arcanist. Turned astro. She was like a conjurer turned black mage. Like a lot of different changes. He went from like archer to a mix of everything. It's kind of cool. You don't like gladiator? In what way? I think it's probably my second favorite tank. I think. Ah, you thought it was a DPS and then it turned out to be a tank. Yeah. That makes sense. Are we about to end this branch of the quest line?
enjoyed your time with the Leviers, I hope? I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secrets of the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Hydaelyn is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once you've scouted out the situation in Thavnir, we'll be well equipped to plot our next move. It's 81. So we're going, I don't know, Dancer for Thavnir. It's also level 80. So and then I did the entire game as Paladin anyways. That's funny. Here we go. I have Kryle's instructions in hand. If you're ready to set out, then so are we.
Having been to Thavnir before, I can travel by Aetheryte. But what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have.
Kryle was of the same mind, and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest. I'm afraid so, my friend. Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee, owing to the knowledge of our comrade Munbrida. Munbrida was an authority on aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Oh. Haven't you gone to see them? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame my courage failed me at the last, as it hath the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus I have kept my silence.
Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage.
Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kit. Ever read her minion description? Maybe? It's the weird one about Urianger, right? It's finally detailed tribute to Munbrida was crafted in secret by none other than Urianger following the untimely passing of his beloved companion. Though known for her warmth and jovial nature, the resolve within this doll's eyes perhaps speak to the strength he admired in her. Okay, so no. I shall allow no foe to harm the lovely Munbrida. Thank Ridley. Yeah, have they changed this? Because this was some weird stuff about Urianger before, right? About like what he does with this doll or something like that. I'm not wrong, right? I think I'm remembering that correctly. What's your highest average item level? It's Reaper at 620. As a patch 6.1, the English description is different. The original description was, this anatomically correct accurate representation of Munbrida was secretly crafted by none other than Urianger immediately following the untimely passing of his beloved companion. What he did with it before it passed to your hands is a tale best left untold. Yeah, exactly.
yeah. I don't know why they changed it. Maybe they thought it was like, well, this is an informational text about her dying, so maybe it shouldn't be left up in the air if it's like some weird perverted thing or something other than that. I don't know. Maybe that's why they felt it should be changed. I have no strong opinion on it either way. Kit. Well, now this is a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We're associates of Chryle of the students of Baldessian. We seek passage to Thavnir and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Welcome. Test subjects. Oh, you hadn't heard? Well then, allow me to explain. So in order to travel to an aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of aether hurtling along the live stream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of aetheryte teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an aetheryte without being attuned to it? Like ice arts? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years, we've labored to make such travel possible that people might move about more freely. And finally, we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these aetherites, but the aetherites themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. But it just so happens that of our first test pair of aetherites, one has been installed here in Sharlayan, and the other in Gedlimard, a port town in Thavnir. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Radzat-Han. Here we go. And indeed, we owe much of this breathtaking... okay, why breathtaking? Of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So, to sum it up, we had to test these aetherites. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel ether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say that these aetherites were made for people like your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true. And far be it from me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonably fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the live stream. In the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. But it's plain that you aren't most people. Mistress Chryle truly knows how to pick them. If I might change the subject, are Master Wilfson and Mistress Bluida not present today? Oh, you didn't hear? They recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. Oh god, they're gonna be very relevant to the story later on then, I'm assuming. I see. Any other questions? No? Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Aetherite Plaza, and I'll be along shortly. Let's go, boys. We're going on an adventure.
That was abrupt.
Right, we're all set.
Your voice is very high.
Just the 4 of you, was it?
Was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects.
Not
Oh, well,
today.
never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please.
What? Why does she not want to be
Yes,
standing
right
up here?
there is fine. Take a deep breath.
It's like
and
a
I'll soon have you
dentist.
soaring through the ether.
Like, taking x-rays of her teeth and shit and then, like, exit the room. Oh!
Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
What?
Crazy person. Oh! I love a map. Oh. Okay, so it was Rods at Han in the trailer. Zooming in on the low poly map is really funny.
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads at Han.
This place is
Rising
cool.
from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples.
Purple mountains? That's dope.
Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation
This
was
kinda looks like an
distilled from the
elephant
chaos,
head.
in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have? What chance?
There it is. Oh god.
Against such an insidious foe.
Woo! Elsabard. That's the realest shit I've ever seen.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
The music is great.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions. Don't let Estinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Oh, crap. Oh boy, here we go again. Oh god.
The determination. You manage to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Estinian in time? There he is, but I'm gonna attune first. Oh god, okay, maybe not. No, I'll try. I'll try. Oh no. Okay. There we go, good. I did it. Estinian, you bastard. Get over here. Don't spend our coin. Is that... What the hell is that? Is that Rhino from Spider-Man? What the actual hell?
You there. I need 3 drinks. Something that helps with Aethith's sickness.
But by the... Monsieur, a traveler. I mean, greetings. Greetings and welcome. You're wise, good sir, to come to me. My special Amra Lassi. Made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By way of a warm welcome to... What the hell are these things? I have yet to see what their faces look like. I'm pleased to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil. For... They're elephants? Okay, that's cool. Didn't I say that a structure looked like an elephant head? That's kind of neat. For not 1, not 2, but 3 bottles, a bargain among bargains. The price is highway robbery, and you want to say as much to Estinian, but you realize any words of warning you cry out would be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before Estinian and gesture deny.
I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent?
Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie? This merchant is swindling me? Ah! Sincerest apologies, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for 3 bottles of lassie.
That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well then, your coin.
This dude looks cool. What is he? What is that armor? Or is that just Crypt Lurker stuff? Oh, it is. Neat.
Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. I'll be back after I've explored the town.
More Durium stuff, okay. I just want to go to the Chocobo Porter. Stop this. Get me over there. I know I should do this after. It's completely blocking me. No, okay. Hi. Okay, now we go. Go, 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 go. Nice. Lead motif, ladies and gentlemen. A teensy weensy touch, she says. Not even my hottest night's drinking comes close. Poor Uriange, man. He's not even talking. This poor man. Praise be to the 12, my stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee and Estinian, and to the fine fruits of this land. You were in time. Excellent. You've spared us to Taru's wrath. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. Crap. That lassie truly worked wonders. Hold on.
I also like to call this music Shenanigans with the Boys theme. I can see it for sure.
Back on your feet, I see.
Thy hair. Hey! He matches the trailer now.
Aye, I've bound it. 'Tis the most I could do against this heat, short of shedding my armor.
May I ask where you got the cord for it? Oh no. Oh no, how much did you pay?
A local vendor. The man said it's the Sevnarian weave. Tough and not easily unraveled.
How much did it cost?
9,400 gil. A steal, I was told. It is nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form.
That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphino could hold a candle to you. It's not uncommon for merchants to set their prices high, but doesn't it seem excessive here? Are all Hannish merchants so unscrupulous? I expected the Ezra Dragoon to put up more of a fight. Unscrupulous. It's not uncommon for merchants to set their prices high, but doesn't it seem excessive here? Yeah, like why are they so ready to milk us for money? Like why was he surprised to have like someone trying to buy from him? I'm inclined to agree with thine assessment. It doth seem excessive, unusually so. Claiming Thavnir as its dominion, the nation of Radzatan hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Arkasodara, a Matanga tribe indigenous to this island. So that's them, Matanga. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hannish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over, a development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All of this hath combined to make a trading power of Radzatan, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given that merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, that opportunistic pricing is rampant doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, it would be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye. We've naught to lose by learning more. So, we seek out Kryle's acquaintance. Shall we see what information we can gather here in Yedlimad? I don't know. Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. Okay. More food, yo. Gloves on the low tide. So I'm just going to go downstairs and get something to eat real quick because I'm close to start feeling lightheaded. Blood sugar low, need refill. Also stomach empty, so you know. But I'll be back in a few minutes. Ugh. Give me like 5-10 minutes and I'll be back. Whew. Okay. I'm back. With food. Okay. Right, let us split up and make inquiries in town. Chrane, here is yours. Once we've learned what we can, we regroup by the Aetheryte. Off-putting through, though the mere sight of it may be. Yeah, I imagine it would be. Like, I desperately need to get some food in me. Jesus. It was one of those weird ones where you start feeling weak. Because you haven't eaten. It was so, like, sudden. Barely ever happened to me before, though. That was weird. That part of the song? Hell yeah. Okay, I'm gonna have to do some just sound checking here to see if it still works. Still works. Yeah. Okay, it does. Good. Fruit on the verge of spoiling. Okay. I'm just actually gonna go ahead and eat here. Okay. Little activity. Okay. What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things have been even worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat. Like Kalzahi. Or Calzone. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you? If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Calzal a visit. He'd be glad tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at the Saltwind Sail, the harbor guiding building across the water from here. Hey, man. Yeah, you were away for like, what? 3 hours? Something like that? I finished the Charlian parts. As you can see, we're at the next place now. Some dope music. Oh. Oh, nice. I mean, yeah. Yeah, it is. It's not every day you go drop off your old PC at someone else's place to be like, here, have it. It's very nice of him. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I think I spent 25 on mine. But I left mine a bit open-ended so I can upgrade parts in the future. But just straight up 25 for a new PC I felt was a lot of money. It's really good so far. I really liked all the stuff in Charlian. I think they're doing an Arrow Season 3, Season 4, where they build like a fallout shelter underneath the city. And try to do everything in their power to move all the knowledge and some of the people below to keep them safe from the end of days instead of actually trying to combat the end of days. Like the cowards they are. Their mom is dope, is my biggest takeaway from that storyline though. Their mom's great. 25k in what currency? Swedish crowns. So basically 25k is like just remove a zero basically, and it's a dollar or euro amount, like roughly. It's not exact, but like remove 1 0 kind of. How long have you been on the PC you have now, Scorch? Like, how old is that thing? Damn. But like, was it top tier then? Or was it a mediocre build back then? Like, what graphics card do you have in it? No, I know that. You've always been a console boy, so I'm not surprised. Throwing shade? I mean, yeah, you're a console player. That is not what I said. Oh, wow. 750? How are you playing this game at all? That's fucking crazy, dude. Baldur's Gate runs at a solid 10 FPS. I'm surprised you're reaching double digits, I'll be honest. Jesus Christ. Honestly, I'm impressed you're able to play on that thing. I would have dropped PC gaming completely. Ark Survival evolved on a GT 430. Woof. Oof. God damn. Yeah, I remember the screenshot you sent of your character's face. Like the zoom in screenshot that happens at the beginning. And your number at the bottom was like 1/10 of what we had on our benchmarks. I remember seeing that and was like, oh. Not even 980, dude. I believe mine's in the thousands. Let me see. I had 1057 when they take the zoom in screenshots. How do you full screen an image? Guess I can't. This is mine. So if I just do this, 1057. I haven't. You never. I didn't even. It didn't finish it either. Since I found out the benchmark takes an automatic screenshot and saves it in a folder of your zoomed in character. I only did it as far as that image went. Like, I only went in, took the screenshot, and then quit out of it, so I didn't have to see anything else yet. I'm waiting for... I was gonna do it on stream. Yeah, it does. If you extract the thing out of the zip file and then run the benchmark, it creates a screenshots folder where it takes an automatic screenshot of your character at the beginning. So, for example, here's my jump scare Catman. But, like, if I go through this, you can see all my different characters. It screenshotted all of them at the same time. Like, we have Guts from Berserk, we have Griffith from Berserk, we have Casca from Berserk. We have Urianger, Moonbreeda. I think this is... Kryle has to be, because Tataru's got pink hair. We have Y'shtola, Papalimo, Ida, Thancred, Menphilia, Tataru is some form of Estinian in the files, Gratia, and like different hairstyles for my character. So yeah, it takes an automatic screenshot when you start the thing. So that's what I did. But then I didn't touch anything else in the thing because I wanted to do it on stream. But then they said they were updating the thing. So now I don't want to touch it until the update is out with the updated reflections and shadows and all that stuff. So that I'm gonna do it on stream when that has happened, when that's out. And I'm probably gonna wait until I'm done with Endwalker so I can do all the benchmarks. I think I've mentioned this. I want to do all the benchmarks at the same time, like view them in order. And I would like to probably finish Endwalker before I do it. I know it doesn't spoil Endwalker necessarily, but I kind of want to try to finish it. Well, hell yeah. I think you should. So when are you plugging in the new PC? Tomorrow? Or tonight? Hmm. I should be getting another hard drive tomorrow, hopefully. If everything goes according to plan, according to Keikaku. Because running out of room, yes. My 2 terabyte drive died a month back or something. So I had to use my external hard drives as lifeboats. Because it worked sometimes when I started my computer, and then other times when I started my computer it did not show up. So I had to wait until one of the times it did show up and then ferry everything over to the external hard drives. I saved everything, thankfully. Some of that was like Final Fantasy XIV, like Heavensward and Stormblood footage, so I'm really glad I managed to get all that shit out of there. But that also means that I'm down 2 terabytes. So what I did was order 2 new hard drives. One of which was a 2 terabyte SSD Samsung drive that I plugged in on Friday. Or, no, yesterday morning. I got it on Friday, plugged it in yesterday morning. And uninstalled all of my games on other hard drives. Including this. And I had to re-download everything. But now all my games are on a like 2 terabyte SSD drive and not my C main drive, which is also an SSD, but like you don't want games on your main drive. That's not great. And now I'm waiting on a regular old disk of 8 terabytes storage space that I'm gonna use for like media things that I have right now on a 4 terabyte drive. So I'm moving all of that over to an 8 terabyte and then gonna use the 4 terabyte for my recordings and stuff instead of the current 2 terabytes. So I'm gonna have like let's see, 8, 4, 2, so that's 14 of just old school, like it's SATA drives, right? SATA disk drives. 14 terabytes and then 2.5 terabytes of SSD storage. So that's gonna be it's gonna be nice. Finally getting some space back because everything is clogged right now on my drives. Because I currently only have 8.5 terabytes total, so it's gonna be a bit different. One can never have enough. Yeah, I mean it's never a bad idea to have storage available. Yeah. Where's the last thing I'm looking for? Has to be over here, right? Oh yeah, it's the guy in the boat. Let me see. My resolution is just my regular 1920 by 1080. I don't have a 4K monitor or anything, so I'm just running basic 1080. Well, now if it isn't a traveler, you're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared. Oh, that's why. on Narunair. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no, it had to spawn fell fiends as well. We still have our lives thanks to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What'll become of us, only the gods know. Maybe the next thing I should invest in is a 4K monitor. It does tank performance a lot. That's, yeah. I have 144 hertz on 2 of my 3. That's why I'm considering replacing one and like moving the main one to the side and then having a 4K monitor as a main monitor. Ooh, Empire music. The Dalmascans aren't coming, but we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I have no idea what the hell that means. Oh, wait, you mean like points in the benchmark? I see. I see what you mean. That was so confusing to read at first. The Dalmascans aren't coming, but what are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep, spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. Yeah, but this will be an enormous loss. Alright. Forget about the Dalmascans. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hannish favorites. Our consortium works closely with the merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things, Kalzal. I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. Nay. I see, that's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me? My name is Matsya, and I'm here to see Kalzal. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. Okay. Yes, can I help you? I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Kalzal too, did you? I'm Matsaya, a fisherman of Akyali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Kalzal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come in and see him. Just as soon as he's free, anyway. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him. Fisherman's friend. Funny. If I may ask, what is that? What is it that you do? An adventure, you say, and you're traveled the world helping people. Then that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? I think you're doing fine, talking to me. You see, I've brought some fresh fish with me, the portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The problem is I'm terrible with people. I have ever only dealt with Kalzal and can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, all as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? If you're willing, please let me know. We can begin at once. We will. I'm just gonna finish the last of my sandwich here and then we can continue. Man, there is no music whatsoever in this area right now, huh? You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Here's the music. Almost there. Okay. Here we go. You'll do it then? Show me how to deal with customers? I'm in your debt. Right. Please try peddling my fish to, shall we say, 3 people here in Yedlimod. I will observe you and learn. Okay. Okay.
Yes. Yes, War Chief.
Fish, fish! I got fish here, fresh fish. Straight from the sea's bosom to your mouth.
Greetings, friend. How fare you of late? Greetings to you too. I suppose I'm well enough, given the circumstances. Things have settled down somewhat, but it was utter chaos when that tower first appeared. Everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remain there for now, but I could not stay away. Had to come back, continue with my life, such as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. It's too risky out here, maybe you ought to move back to the city too. There's no place like home, but don't do anything dangerous, huh? Well, trust me, I don't. I make sure to keep well clear of the tower, and when more monsters emerge from it, I heed the Radiant Host's instructions. I hope they deal with it soon. What's the Radiant Host? So we can get back to our normal lives. To the days when you could earn as much as you gave, and tuck into a meal satisfied that you did good work. Speaking of meals, why not have some fresh fish today? Fresh fish, you say? Oh, you're a fishmonger. Huh, when you bait me like that, how can I not bite? Very well, give me some of your fish.
Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is shallow cod. Shallow's cod. Delectable, stewed in coconut milk or baked with a sprinkle of salt.
There's an absurd amount of side quests in this zone. Really? That's good for leveling some alts then. I don't hate that. Did I already unlock the gemstone trader? Hi. A hawker, are you? Or do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some Amra. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. What do you need so many Amra for? Why, for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late I go through that much in no time at all. I'm a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming in these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. But by the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas. But not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that, and this and that. All of it wears me down, and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. Are you sure you're actually hungry? I know how you feel. This one's tough. By rule, personally, I try to never say I know how you feel. Because at most points, the other person is gonna feel like you're like minimizing or invalidating their feelings. So I'm always trying not to say that. And I don't know if I should follow that rule here. Are you sure you're actually hungry? Like the ellipses here feel like you're kind of trailing off and shutting down the conversation. So I know. Yeah. You sure you're actually hungry? You know, when I think on it, I'm not so sure. Rather than hungry, perhaps I've been feeling unfulfilled, and I try to fill the void by gorging on food I like. Do you like fish? Fish? I do like fish, as a matter of fact. Why do you ask? Oh, you're a fishmonger. Apologies for the misunderstanding. Seeing as you're here, do you happen to have a Kelly sardine? They're perfect in a spicy soup. We certainly do, madam. And if you like it spicy, I'll recommend them pickled in oil with a generous amount of chilies. Oh, that does sound like a wonderful challenge. I didn't have fish in mind at first, but I dare say I'll enjoy these. Thank you. Wah, wah, wah. PvP. You don't like the PvP in this? I basically do the daily frontline every day, and that's usually enough. Even for this, like, I've somehow managed to finish out every single series they've done so far out of these 5. Somehow. I think the second and third I had to, like, spam Crystalline Frontier or whatever it's... No, not Frontier, what's it called? Crystalline Conflict. Had to spam that for the last few days, but otherwise just a daily frontline is usually enough. Right now I have everything I want from that island, really, so my... where is it? My... There, wolf marks have been just sitting there. If I could send them to you, I would. And I'm the type of person that basically hates PvP in every MMO. But for some reason, this one is kind of mindless enough to just roll with it, I feel. At least the Frontier one. It's big and chaotic enough to just do the objective and then kind of poke people maybe sometimes in big battles, but usually I just play the objective and then that's it. It is a storehouse like any other at first glance, yet in contrast to its scale, there is a distinct lack of activity. Yeah, the Moogle event, when was it? I had it written down. It was like 14th of May or something, I think. Because there's 4 events coming up before the expansion drops. The Yokai Watch event is coming back. April 24th. So I can finally get the cloud... like actual cloud cart, the little flying sperm thing. And then the Moogle event comes back on May 14th. And on May 15th, there's a Make It Rain event where the Golden Saucer awards plus 50%. And then there's the Dragon Quest X event on June 5th. So there's a few... cool things happening before the expansion drops, but the Moogle event is what I'm looking forward to the most. I'm hoping there's gonna be... where is it? Another one of these things. I probably don't want to summon the Mount when he's running behind me, because I have the Fey Weaver now from Titania, from the first Moogle event. I'm hoping there's gonna be a second one, a different one from the coming event. And hopefully it's the Hades one, because that's the one I want the most. It's probably gonna be... Does Vothri have one? If he does, it's gonna be his. For sure. Just to fuck with us. Where is it? Innocence. Yeah, Innocence has one, so it's probably his. Most likely. Very curious to see what all that stuff is gonna look like here in Endwalker with all the bosses and trials and all that shit. I know the mounts are like panthers, kind of, or like lynx or some shit like that. But sadly I know of one of the boss fights. That's the thing. One of the things I've been spoiled on. But I don't want to talk about which it is. Just to be safe. I'm going to talk about it when I get there. But just know that I know of one of them. But yeah, we'll move on. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh god, it's my stomach. Aether sickness? No, nothing so unusual. In my hurry to get back to work, I just ate a little too quickly. Some fresh fish will settle your stomach, man, or the freshest of all. Like, this is just too eager. You should take it easier. Eat more and slowly and savor your food. Would that I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like as not, circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. And so I'm working as hard as I can while I still can. The better to be prepared. How do you intend to prepare? By stockpiling supplies. For that, I need to earn coins so I can buy food, medicine, what have you. This one just feels too, like it's too much. You know, kind of too pushy. Do we have anything suitable, Matsaya? Oh, we do have some dried products too. Thavnarian cucumber and puffed papaya fish. They're the last of the batch, so if you're interested, you can have them for a discount. Truly, by all means, I'll take them all. There we go. Wow! Huh. You remembered what I told you earlier, that I preserve what I catch, which serves to show the importance of being attentive. Thank you so much for your demonstration. It's truly eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. The expert seller, if only. If only. If life was a dialogue tree, I'd be incredible. Seeing as there's dried fish, I wonder if there might be dried squid as well. What's with you and dried squid, dude? You go to the eastern continent once, and you go all weeb on us immediately. Oh, that's the tiniest circle. Look at this shit. Look at that tiny circle. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You managed to sell everyone you approached. Any merchant in Vods at home will be envious of your success. Watching you at work was truly inspiring. By applying the lessons I've learned, I hope one day to peddle as well as you. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Kalzal soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but... Oh, I thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Matsya. Kalzal, have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me, try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore? No. I'm sorry, Matsya. I truly am. But for now, you must peddle your own goods. Oh, but by myself I can't. I want to help you, I do, but as it stands, I can barely help myself. I've poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I've friends and families depending on me, and I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness. Kalzal. Not to worry. Using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage. Somehow. Well, I had best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care on the road. I don't know why I decided to voice the big elephant man as a shy 12-year-old boy, but that is the decision I made. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust. I became a vendor. I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods. But to think that it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless thralls to call forth a lunar primal. Business as usual for the Telophoroi. That Matsaya fellow you were helping. He's Arca Sodara, is he not? Apparently it is most exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? Its summoning is this perpetrator's aim. If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that Arca Sodara would be their primary targets. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We'd better go after him then. Achiali lies to the west, as I recall, the same direction as Krau's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. Stepchild is a really funny, what's it called? Pun. Really funny pun. Should be an aether current up here. Kind of want to pick up one just to have the thing tracked. Crystal conflict theme, very nice. I honestly don't remember the crystal conflict theme. I don't think I usually play PvP with sound on. I think I usually watch YouTube at the same time. It's probably been a while since I heard it. This is cool. No, I want to hear the song. The great work, Palaka stand. Rod said Han. Oh shit, dude. Dharma. Lost intro plays. Radiant. Oh, that's the gear you can buy for sacks of nuts. The second one, I think. Cool. Okay, so they're an actual military in the game? The hell? Oh, striking dummies. Interesting. Huh. Ha! 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 The incorporation of the vocal line there is really cool. That thing's kind of nice. You do not see Matsia nearby, but the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. Look at the turtles! Kachapa. They look just like Adamantoids, just differently colored. Whoa! Manny! I guess he was a mammoth. Gaia. We all met her. I guess Gaja. Okay, what are we hunting here? Hamsa, okay, the big bird boys. Daily hunts. Hamsa, okay, they're fairly close. Sodermerg. Just above them, okay. The baseline. Leave me alone, help! Somebody help! Matsia's voice, and it came from the north. A king in the north. It came from the north. No, you don't. Leave this poor boy alone. Go. Where am I touching him? Jesus. Where did they go? Why are you here? I see you found him in time. You and your friends came to look for me? I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest. Think about what to do about, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We'd heard about the Akasadara being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. I've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know. The ocean, all we have. I see. That's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. The rain stops. 'Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. Okay. Is this going to be a trial? For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot. House of Divinities in the old tongue, it means. But they're not true divinities. They're monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou and thine outrage. Know that 'tis no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You've come all this way to save us? Really? To think I had you peddling fish? But to answer your question, yes, of course, we would gladly tell you all about our gods.
We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please come to our village. We're good, gods-fearing folk, all of us. And we'd be honored to share our knowledge and fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay visit to Akiali? Wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. Oh, is it? Yeah, the thing in the background. So it is the simulacra of Thavnirian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hanish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though, indeed, saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like as not. Aye, as you said, we do well to study their religious traditions, to Akiali. Oh, it's not this village, okay. Oh, sorry, this is Svarna. What the hell? That looks dope. Your clothing's kinda cool, dude. Welcome to our village, traveler. Is there anything I can help you with? Who are you? I'm a fisher, and a good one at that. I'll reel you in the biggest catch from the open sea, or something smaller by the shores if you prefer. Your choice. Now, if only I were as skilled with the rudder as I am with the net. Some days I find myself so far from shore that I miss the morning rush at the bazaar. What is this place? This is the fishing village, Akiali. Or Akiali? Akiali? I don't know. You can think of it as the fish's Yedlimad, which is perhaps not such a helpful analogy for foreigners. Of course, we've had few merchants coming to either port since that horrible tower appeared, not to mention the kidnappings. Well, what about the inflation, though? Welcome to Akiali, my friend. The name means white beach, and there isn't much here to save that. Save that. But please make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with Kanga and old Hasveda. They're free at the moment, as it happens. Yo, what up, Kanga? There's a lot of cool colors in everything here so far that I really like. You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. So kind of like just the Hindu religion then. Just a bunch of them. They can be divided into two groups. The Manusya, beings of wisdom who assume the form of men, and the Marga, beings of might who assume the form of beasts. Interesting. Together they are divinities, their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and live better lives. That's kind of cool. Is he still dreaming of eating squid? Like, what is he doing? Mark you that platform out in the water. Some manner of shrine, perhaps? So you're not thinking about squid. Okay.
Hasvedanya. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? That's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears, then, and listen. In ancient times, the Manusya and the Marga, deities who look like men and beasts, respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Manusya, the Marga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Manusya coveted the might of the Marga, and so they, too, resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Manusya have worn animal faces, and the Marga the limbs of men. That's interesting. That can lead to some very cool designs. Having animal heads is very Egyptian, though. It is very Egyptian. So I'm very curious if we're gonna see any of these things. Because, like, I'm assuming we're gonna have to take down the tower somehow. So I'm assuming we're gonna see some of these things. Very curious what they're gonna look like. There you are, learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust. While you were off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. Okay, so these are the ones we're fighting then. By all means, we should like to see it. Three deities. Oh. Okay. Are these maybe going to be dungeon fights instead of trials? Because there's 3 of them? Maybe? They are Manusya. You heard about them already, yes? 3 sisters. Oh, that's who he mentioned before. The vendor. Merchant, whatever. The center one is the eldest. Cinderuva, a goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her the highest. In the highest. To her right is the middle sister, Sandaruva, a goddess of wealth. She counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Mindaruva, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts and so is beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. I vibe with the little one. Jesus. I think all of them look terrifying. I'm not about to vibe with anyone. I'm gonna destroy them all. I'm assuming. In like fashion to the Manusya, the deities of Eosia preside over myriad aspects of life. And what are the Marga, if I may ask? The Marga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Gaja head. He is venerated as the progenitor of the Arkasodara. Oh, so Gaja is just the name for elephants, then? Like the ones we saw on the way here. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too? That's his trigger word, you know. It's said that an ancestor of the satrap, that's the ruler of Radsadhan, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. Wasn't Estinian hanging out with a new dragon in the trailer?
This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legends holds that if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. He has also seen the trailer, so he's inspired now. I mean, I never would have guessed it was a new dragon unless he said a name that I did not recognize when he dismounted. If not for that, I never would have realized it was a different dragon. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. I agree. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I'm confident that the information you have given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. A very nice young man. Right. I believe it's time we sort out Kryle's acquaintance, an alchemist by the name of Nidana. According to Kryle's notes, we are to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. Did you say you're going to see Nidana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. And did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes. When you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. Oh, perfect. Go. Should probably take care of the last one as well. It's up here. What the hell is that crocodile, man? Oh my god, no it's not. Or is it? Yeah, it kind of is. That's terrifying. Jesus. Killer croc out here. Oh, people doing a fate? Hell yeah. Let's join in! When I finish this fate, I will have done as many fates in Endwalker as I have in Shadowbringers. Silver because I joined late. That makes sense. Too bad.
There we go. The 5th one on that mark bill is in an area I do not have yet. Whoa, armadillo? It's in a cave? That's dope. Oh! Took way longer than it needed to for me to realize what was going on here. Okay. If there was a battle, there's a conspicuous lack of blood. In such manner did we find them. What could have befallen these people? What in the world? I can feel voice acting. Yep. You're alive at least.
What happened here?
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists.
Hmm.
I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Maybe
Thinkest
they
thou
just
but slumber?
Yeah, maybe they just sleep like this.
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh?
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow.
Okay, so they are alive. That's good.
People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
What the hell is happening?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Is that the thing that flies to the moon in the main menu? The big Dorito chip?
Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower.
Oh, I see.
Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Ah, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragonkin, yes?
What the hell?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Yes.
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not?
How do they know?
I should like to draw a file or two, if so.
Now, see here.
Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your
Please
shoving.
be dragging
So
him on the
help me.
ground.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk? As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your Mistress Chryle. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Okay. Now, I haven't seen anyone play Final Fantasy VII Rebirth yet. But I have seen the demo, so I know the scene where you meet Yuffie in the game. Why does this remind me of that place when she comes on the water like that, like is about to arrive at the docks? Like, why does this remind me of that place if it's like without any metal buildings and shit? Why is this making me think of that? Oh, there's one of the Endwalker mounts. I want one of those. I've seen up till I saw Maximilian play through the entirety of Remake and Intergrade and Crisis Core Reunion, but then I started watching him replaying Remake slightly before Rebirth came out. And I don't remember exactly where I am in that playlist. I can watch and find out quickly. It doesn't take much time. Maybe it will take some time to find out. Hold on. Here we go. Remake Revisited. I guess he's in Wall Market. Let's see.
Yeah, if you're gonna.
Yeah, okay. He's doing the underground fights before Hell House. That's where I am in the rewatch. Or him replaying Remake. I mainly did that to wait for him to finish up Rebirth. And now he has, so. Otherwise I would have gone straight for Rebirth. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. Though Chryle herself is tied up with another investigation, Chrane is an eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. So, if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of ether. One cannot go anywhere near without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and they are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans. Talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Is it because they're for some reason otherworldly? Is that why? Because they're not from the star? Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we will be ready to conduct a field test, and that is where you and your blessing blessing of light come in. What exactly is it that you need me to do? Nothing complicated, I assure you. We only ask that you serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so, for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you. With your permission, of course. In that case, Arianje and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with more hands. We would be grateful for any assistance you can provide. If you're ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the Great Work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. Okay, that's not the right way. Hello. Drunken Deepa? Okay. I hope you didn't have any trouble finding this place or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many a sleepless night, the Drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman efficacy. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of ether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe aether sickness. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please begin whenever you're ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat, commencing etheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. He's jumping around as if we're in Beauty and the Beast. Radiant ether, please stand back. What? Stand back where? Okay. Warning, discharging ether. You're struck with a powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. Subject has no irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Why do we have to keep moving around? Why we're not just stationed at one place to do all this? Why do we run around the whole mountain peak? No ill effects. Subject stomach and bowel integrity holding. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. But I think I've already done a follow this thing quest. I think. I might just be thinking of the Final Fantasy 16 crossover event where we follow the wolf at the end. I think we've done some following. Yeah, I was following Alice in Charlian. She was walking. I'm sure coding it into the game killed at least one intern, so they want to make sure they use it as much as possible. That is entirely possible. Appears to be keeping you safe from harm. Subject fortitude rated impressive. No irregularities confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow and brace for final discharge. Aren't we getting a bit too close to her now? Survived completely unscathed. Aetheric exposure testing concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemists. Congratulations on retaining your composure and your humors. Yeah, during like the second blast, he was like, stomach integrity holding. Like, was he expecting me to throw up and shit all over the place when he did that? Like, what was he expecting? You've returned and not on your knees. A promising sign. But come, let me take the Deepa off your hands. Having exhausted all of its ether, the drunken Deepa is now having a well-earned rest. Thank you, I shall replenish its ether for when we test the talisman. So, no dizziness or nausea, or anything of the sorts. You're feeling perfectly fine? Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt your ether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. You're a capable warrior too, are you not? I'm trying to open my character sheet to show her that I'm a level 90 warrior, but I'm not allowed to. Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman require the use of a special ink, but we have exhausted our stores of a key ingredient, the spirit weed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we Arcasadora travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I would compensate you for your troubles, of course. I'm in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kajaya's footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work. Okay. Need to explore down here. Get all that sweet map. There we go. That's just free experience. I miss the Shadowbringers music. I may simply be imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Look out, Chrane. Gods, but that gave me a fright. To think that the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work. Thank the sisters I asked you to come with me. You're all right, I hope. Good. Let's continue on then. It isn't far now. Just through these pillars and up the rise. Killer Croc is up the hill here. You know what? Let's travel in style. Ah! There we go. And here we are, Kajaya's footsteps. Kajaya was a great dancer, and and those who follow in her, well, you know, they come into this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is that the spirit weed grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting at once, if you would be so good as to stand guard. The kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry. Do 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 bow bow. This is probably going to be voice acted, right? Damn.
Yes, that would be Radzat Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began.
Really?
The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
What can you tell me of the satrap?
Well, he is the most important person in Radzat Khan. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arca Sodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the war-like Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, but when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
Froze for a second there. That's new. Grim Fandango.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets.
When do I kill this guy?
I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans.
Oh, okay.
And yet, I find myself deathly curious.
His actual voice?
How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned. For we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
The other voice doesn't sound as annoying. So that's interesting. Like, I know Asahi was a huge Xenos simp when he was alive. Does that affect Grim Fandango when he takes over his body as a host? Like, is that why he follows him? Yeah, no, I assume that was like the original, his actual voice coming through. He is Xeno Simp Supreme, you're right. I wonder if that's why Grim Fandango also follows him, or if it's for some other reason. Because it's weird, you know? It's weird how he is so devoted to helping Xenos do whatever it is that Xenos is doing. So, I don't know. I have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let's head back to the great work, shall we? I love the purple hues on the side of the mountain here. It's really cool looking. Proceeds to smoke all the spirit weed. I mean, what they do with it after I'm done helping them collect it, that's none of my business. I truly could not give less of a shit. And I mean, the fact that they have such long snouts, I imagine they'd, like, smoke them through their noses. Because why wouldn't they? It's gonna be one hell of an experience. Chrane, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept this as a token of my gratitude. If you will excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. You're both back. Excellent. Is that the boy? Yeah, it is. Okay. Varshan. Yeah, there's a... I was like, what? Where do I know Varshan from? It's in Diablo 4. Yeah. Only difference is there's a second H in this guy's name. Right here. If I do that. Varshan. That's the boss that drops the unique class rings in Diablo 4. I have a message for you, Mistress Nidana. It would seem the stores of Giant's Gall are running low. Is that our next quest? What? But when I last looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Riange told everyone about their tempering cure, and Estinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain. But we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. You mean like you did when he went and collected the dragon scales? Chrane, loath though I am to press another task on you this soon, might I ask you to fetch the Giant's Gall? In case you're not familiar, Giant's Gall is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardened and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The quarry where it is found, aptly named Giant's Gall Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose on you once more? Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Senua. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of Hamsa, Mistress Nidana? By all means, do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I'll bring the Hamsa to the entrance. Meet me there when you're ready. Wow, 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 wow. Shalamuk. I really want one of these things as a minion, so I can have a tiny troll running around with me. You have one of each type of class at 90 yet? No, my summoner is going to be the next one most likely. So that's a healer and a caster at the same time. But I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 classes at 90 so far. I'm playing catch up with the healers right now. Black Mage is almost 80. I'm getting there. Really? Okay. Here are Hamza, Chrane. Oh, really? They're not level locked? Interesting. Here are Hamza, Chrane. If the creatures look familiar, it's because they are akin to your Eorzean dodos. Yep, I can tell. Hamza have long been kept as livestock in Thavnir, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these were... Oh, right. Yeah, that's why you ask if I have level 90 classes, of course. Yeah. Many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. This is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us make for the outpost. We set forth at your word. You ready? Let us depart. You need only ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead, and yours to follow. Sure. Looks very comfortable. Let us be off. If you haven't ridden dodos before, be warned that they have a wobbling gait. Yeah, I don't think I have a dodo mount. There's someone flying on the yellow piss cloud. That spectacular formation stretching out over the waters is called Kaja, a word which means sword. This sword, legend holds, was wielded by the Manusya against the Marga before it was cast down at conflict's end. To the left, and requiring no introduction, is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small isle. I cannot see it right now because there's fog. Almost there, though the main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff, the outpost itself is on the beach. Hi. We came by bird. Goofy bird. And here we are, manned by the Radiant Host. This outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. There we go. So I can get this armor, huh? He has a double tail. That's funny. Well, well, who should it be but young Varshan, on an errand for the satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me come to collect your reports. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle, no place for children. Your predecessor too often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may now be, I'm certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition. And gladly, I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering, but I still worry for you.
We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear?
I will, Nabdeen. Thank you.
And who might this be? Not Honish by the looks of him.
Permit me to introduce Chrane Carmine of the Eorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman.
From Eorzea? Towers have appeared over there too, yeah? Tell me, what's the situation like?
Bleak. May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe.
Excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We would be glad for any tidings you can share. You two, bring Varshan the latest report and answer any questions he may have. Yes, sir.
Hey, Moody.
I've heard about you, the visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telophoroi? We know that they're the ones behind the tower and that they've declared war on the whole world, but why are they doing this? What is it that they want? This we don't understand. What, they want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? You can bet we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brothers.
You wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. This Tower of Zot, as folk have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Narunair. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting ether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland?
They're not, yet.
Our struggles are not unique. Then our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready.
It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we've struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What of the towers in Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters?
Yeah. Yeah, you could say that.
So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. Yeah, that's probably the most devastating part of this whole thing. Everyone's left, like, to their own shit to solve.
Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Radzat Han ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, this stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your accounts. But come, you had best see to your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, this path is straightforward. Follow the path east. Upon the Hamsa, you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. Oh.
Right. Oh! For some reason, the music is making me think of The Lion King. I don't know why. Because the music in Lion King doesn't really sound like this at all. Just the happy feeling of the music, I think. No sooner do you arrive at your destination than the Hamza dashes off. Aye, this is indeed Giant Stall Grounds, and I am Zainua. Is there something you need? Zainua sounds like something from Bionicle. Giant Skull for the alchemists, you say, but of course they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower, and 'tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. How late am I planning to go? Well, I have work at 7 AM, so probably not much further. Here you are, a sack of the purest giant skull. We always set some aside for our alchemist friends. Yeah, I'll probably stream tomorrow. Tomorrow I get off work at like 2:45, I think. And then I'm going into town to pick up the new hard drive. Probably picking up some food as well. Going back home, and then I'll start streaming around 5-6 p.m. most likely. And on Tuesday I start working at 12, I think, like noon. And then I get off work at 10 p.m. I think. But then I'm off Wednesday and Thursday as well, so we'll see how far I can get through Endwalker during this week, because it's a lot of free time. Then I work all weekend. Saturday, Sunday is 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. both days, so that's gonna be fun. Gonna try and finish it before you so I can actually watch. Don't rush through the game though. Like, if I get close to where you are, just hop off the stream instead. I'd rather you enjoy the story at an enjoyable pace for yourself. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. I thought it said Ravana's remorse. I was like, oh, they're tying it into that, but no, apparently not. Welcome back, Chrane. Dare I hope you have the giant skull. You dare. Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype. One that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it's ready, it will be time for the true test, so please take your ease while you can. This is going to be voice acted. I can feel it. Why do I feel like Heidelin's about to show up again? Oh yeah, that scene where Heidelin speaks through Kryl, that was crazy.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well.
Against all odds, yeah. Hey!
You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed.
Hope it works.
I've never been one for blind optimism. but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat.
Yeah.
Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering.
That's
an utterly vile and unforgivable idea.
That's one way to describe it. Jesus.
And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
Oh god, Grim Fandango!
What is it? What did you see?
Why is he toying with us?
Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
Of course he does.
It holds. The vessel holds. This is the one.
At long last.
Oh boy.
Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments. We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession,
looks dope.
Your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical
And that's how we go around
significance.
to get the duty support to work for the coming dungeon.
Thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
How am I to restrain you, dude? Oh, you needn't ask. Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example.
Makes sense, considering Xenos
But
now leads a
should I fail
suicide
to
cult
return,
with Fandango.
Then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next.
He too leads
Our
by
work
example.
must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Yes.
I hope Estinian is available in
Shall we be on our
the
way?
duty support trust
I'll have
system
one of the
this time
soldiers
around.
at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
I'll be real, a lot of the mounts in this just don't really appeal to me that much. It's like, I have a lot of stuff in here, but there's a lot of them that I'm like, I would never ride this, you know? Like, what? Why would I ride this? What the hell is this? A Valros? Uh-huh. See if I know the right name for these in English, just to be sure. Yeah, okay, Walrus. Walrus in English, Valros in Swedish, Valros here. Interesting. The satrap has granted you the use of the boat. May it serve you well. This is a rather fine boat, finer boat than I had expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind. And perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off. Ooh.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence.
You have to be this close? Okay. Oh.
Any moment now. It's working!
Oh, it's only
And you?
across the
You are
threshold?
still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
Okay, so it's not just across the threshold, it's the whole way.
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance.
It's about to go horribly wrong very soon, I can feel it.
A few more steps.
I don't like the fact that it keeps reappearing. And that I'm so far behind.
Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the
to go
scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would
It's
be.
about to go wrong.
Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and
No.
returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets.
You're taking out the victory way too soon, and you're standing up there to just be cut down.
What?
Yep. I am a pessimist, you're right. Don't worry about it. Okay, so what are we doing here then?
Oh, there we go! Oh, there we go! Oh!
Is there anyone else in here? Okay.
Do calm down.
God damn it.
You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Goddamn Grim Fandango.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
Okay, he did it. She's gone.
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid.
Okay, Grim Fandango, let's fucking dance.
The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased.
I haven't been pleased once since you showed up.
My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Patrons of old, the other Asians. Excuse you?
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Asian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking.
Okay.
Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me.
Okay.
Eventually, I was recruited into the Asians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am.
So is that why you're still behaving like a Sahi?
How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Asian embrace.
Okay,
although
sure.
that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded.
Yeah.
I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes?
Correct.
Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
Oh. Oh shit.
At your service.
Piece of shit. Hell no. Hell no. The Crystal Tower douchebag?
Imagine a nation
With the come ads?
of prosperity. Every need met. Day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace.
Amen.
Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
He looks like a douchebag. Oh, that's
Genius
another
without
guy.
a peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing.
Did we fight that guy?
Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
So, unsurprisingly, the Allegans suck.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor.
Zand. So he's the one who resurrected him?
And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition.
Is the
carried us
Crystal
onwards,
Tower from Final Fantasy IV?
always onwards.
Am I remembering that correctly?
Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Because I know Zand is in that game.
Heed me, Amon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault.
3, okay.
All is rendered meaningless.
That's
by
Thancred's
death.
voice.
In the end, all is lost.
This looks like the inside of the Last Heaven's Word.
You
dungeon.
know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war. And so I have come to claim you.
I haven't seen him with this mask before, I don't
For
think.
while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work.
The homeboy.
And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
I wonder if Amon is in 3 as well. Or if it's just Zand and the tower.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
Yeah, very doomer mindset. So this is a place.
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell.
Okay, aim on. Let's fight.
As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals.
So they are alive. That's good to know.
If you attempt to pull them free, they will die.
Yeah.
So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades.
First things first, get the talisman.
We shall meet again. Not in one of these mines.
Then come back and destroy this place.
But somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
What, Xenos? I will free you. I'll be back. I don't know how our character hasn't been flat out murdered during the echo. Very good points. Very good points. Manusya preserved just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. Down, 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 down. For some reason, I felt that just in my soul somehow. I don't know why, but I associate the teleport sound with the Kugane music. I think it's because I've been teleporting there frequently for 2.5 years, most likely. Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? So it was Fandaniel after... Damn it, I said his real name. So it was Fandango after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily lest we endanger Nidana and the other captives. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Nidana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Bow, bow, bow. Bum, bum. Oh, Nidana. Can you answer me this? Though Nidana is trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes? Then we must make warding scales, as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidana proved at peril to herself, so let us make more scales that she and all those who were taken might be saved. Aye, as alchemists, this is how we will help win the fight. It's really impressive, the project they have going on here. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl, that he might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. And for our Eorzean visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Ratsadhan for an audience with His Excellency? We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be the benefit of all. Then it's settled. Please come to the gates east of the Giant Skull grounds, and I will show you into the city. Okay. So while they're making more talismans, we're gonna see a new town. It's a long way to go. And a short time to get there. Oh. Hello. Probably not going for much longer. I'm getting up at 6 a.m., but I'm still planning to go on until like midnight, I think. Unless there's like a great place to stop right here when we get into town, but we'll see. I mean, if there is about to be a dungeon, then I kind of want to do it, but we'll see. Because dungeons are usually... There's usually a dungeon at 81, right? Or like 13579, yeah. 13579, 13579. Yeah, like we should have a dungeon soon. So I kind of want to do that. All present? Then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times.
A vast rock squats upon Thavnair, and to its stony surface clings the city of Ratsadhan. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun.
Whoa.
The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
This place looks great. Woo! Ilsabard. Ratsadhan.
Ilsebard is the same continent as Garlemald, right?
But no such scenes to savor now.
Nice, that was a
To
good
what
transition.
somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are. Megaduta.
And Megaduta is what exactly?
It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your
Hello.
Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
The scones of the 7th serving.
Ah, splendid.
Oh.
Most splendid.
Did not expect him to be an
Allow me
Oro.
to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap
Ahawan.
of Radzatan.
Ahawan? Okay.
Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
He seems nice. But Nidana, she was taken.
A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others.
Yeah.
I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not.
Yeah. Okay.
This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Is he not the real?
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps?
Is he not the
There
real
are no
one?
performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past.
The leader is a dragon?
Raise the curtain.
Or someone else? Is it just the type of voice that
As
makes you
you
think
wish.
it's a dragon? Is it someone else? Something else? It had the echo of a dragon. There's dragon music.
You
It's a dragon.
travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian. But you are
Did I call
known
it?
to me.
Yep.
Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn.
There we go. Hey, it's the one from the trailer.
I am Vritra.
Vritra, okay.
And for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Damn.
I, mine elder brothers, of Midgard's Sorma's spawn, I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
Are we sure he's not just straight up the leader?
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radz Athan.
But if Vitra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
A charade. Yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the Great Worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who joined me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Is that Gosetsu's voice?
It was taken.
Oh. It might not be,
here,
but
buried
sounds
within
like
the
it.
semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razatan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will.
Oh.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
Interesting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses.
How do they feel about him appropriating their culture
Though
and their
too
accents?
short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered. Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
This is very cool.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood.
It's the same,
but
yeah.
as the ruler of Radz Athan.
It really sounds like him with like a filter on top.
With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me.
That also kind of makes the look of the Radiant Host make more sense as well, because it looks like their armor is just straight up dragon scale, the whole thing. It's kind of cool.
thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told.
Yes.
'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I worry, however, that even the 4 of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Okay. Oh, of course.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Vods at Han, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
Nice.
I am in thy debt.
Estinian is such a badass. Okay. That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but we now have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Sharlayan and muster a sizable crew for our foray into the Tower of Vods. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the 8th right here before departing, unless you, of course, you enjoy violent nausea. I have attuned to this one and this one, but there's... They didn't give me this one. God damn it. Can I get the one below? Like the one down here? No, it doesn't let me through the gate. That's infuriating. Okay. Back we go. Estinian definitely wouldn't look at the explosions. No, he'd be too busy jumping away from them because he's causing them. What is this? Look at this nerd. Look at this dork. What is that? Some tree branch you found? Where are all my emotes? Where's the one I'm looking for? First of all, lolly-ho. Second of all, damn right. Second of all, poke. Second of all, shush. Now I'm just clicking things because they're new to get the marker off of them. Gratuity. No! Jesus, that's kind of creepy. I'm leaving. I fully expected you to be close behind when I turned the camera around. I expected to be chased as if I was hanging out with Manderville. I'm kind of relieved that wasn't the case, but still. Just as I was getting used to balmy Thavnir, we're back in chilly Sharlayan. Take care not to catch your death, huh? We need you for the battles to come. Catch your death. I've never heard that before. Now then, everyone appears to be here, so let's take stock of all the developments and discoveries. So close to 81, dude. Oh, speaking of 81. Summoner or Red Mage? Let's do Summoner. Oh, I don't have the my Velvet Room attire anymore. Got rid of that. Okay. Carbuncle. Here we go. Since there has been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings from our respective locales? Oh hell yeah, we're about to go into combat or what? It's the action music, dude.
Your time in Thavnir has certainly been eventful.
Thavnir.
In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
Yeah, but how much distraction will there be before that, though?
While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation.
Yeah.
Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Motoya, then make our way to Thavnir.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower?
Good question. Couldn't tell you for the life of me.
According to Orenvold and Frodola's report, they were unable to free the Emolja. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Afrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses?
That they have a weakness worth defending.
Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal. Thus, the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
Exactly.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within.
I agree with this assessment.
Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope, and I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostola, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk.
Did he not include
But it should
Alphino in the
bolster
healers?
Our chances of saving the Arcosodora by a considerable margin.
Yeah. Are you sure Alphino is in the right group?
If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
That makes sense, yeah.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role.
Hell yeah, I'd love to have you in the
I
team.
found wielding a sage's armament to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
Perfect.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Rads at Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
Let's go.
A military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Let's go. That's interesting. Will this ever disappear? I hope so. That's a lot of money. Let's invade a tower. Dude, look at this place. It looks awesome. I love the use of color. Plus, you can tell the ground is higher detail as well than previous expansions. But I mean, this is also gonna look even better with the graphical updates, so I mean, I can't wait to see what it will look like. The way they've shown with the terrain, with the grass like interacting with your character, moving to the sides when you're walking through. It looks great. And like, do I have this picture saved? Because I really want to show this. Yeah, here. Like, look at this. This is the type of shit that I'm looking forward to. It may not seem like a huge deal, but when you're actually playing it, the world is gonna look so much nicer. Not only are they higher detail, they're smaller as well. They look more size accurate to your character. Because, like, how often do you see a bunch of rocks this size lying about on the ground, right? Like, this is way more realistic looking size-wise for rocks. Like, what the hell are all these? These are rocks, these are boulders. So I'm just really excited to see how it all looks when it comes together. And the way they've changed the flying as well, where you don't just turn like that. It actually like turns realistically. That's also going to be really nice. Characters. Yeah. The characters are going to look very, very improved. But I also think that's the thing we're going to like notice the least. I think a lot of these things are like stealth updates that we don't really think about that much. But in the long run, that's what, like, the ground changes are what's gonna be what I think at least is what we're gonna be looking back on and be like, wow, the world looked like that? Wow. Oh yeah, eyes look drastically different. That's a huge change. But also they made characters with like light skin. They made them have even lighter skin, so I might have to adjust my character when the patch releases, because my character looks white as hell in the updates. Noble friend of Eosia, we've been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission into the tower, I'm told. The warding scales will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by at the boats we have readied. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to join you. We pray for your safety and success. Yeah, eye changes are huge in the updates, so I'm really looking forward to that. Because eyes do a lot for like the way a character looks. The eyes do a lot of heavy lifting. That damn tower. This is the future of Aether. If this is the future of Aetherite travel, I think I'll stick to boats. Hi. No warning, however emphatic, could have prepared me for that. On account of which we are a little late, but fighting fit, mostly. Virtra? My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. It was Virtra, right? The dragon? You must be... We should still call you Varshan, I suppose. Indeed. It would not do to confuse our soldiers. Or reveal the secrets. Very well, then. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding scales. Please convey as much to His Excellency. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessings. Our thanks. With these, we can go anywhere those with the blessing of light can go. Finally. Not only for this operation either, but all the ones to come. We can finally break your monopoly on primals. Hey, I'd be glad to have you. I've been waiting for this day. I wouldn't mind carrying on as before, you know? In that case, they're all yours from now on. I've been waiting for this day, because that's true. Like, I want help. So have we, my friend. So have we. If everyone is amenable to it, let us review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we will divide into 2 groups. Chrane and his band will break through the tower's defenses and locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners, who will doubtless want for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. What is Kryl? Now, she had a staff. Is she a white mage? The primals which the tower bringeth forth shall be deities of Thavnarian myth. So we have no prior experience with such foes. Pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. I'm assuming it's gonna be the 3 sisters. That just makes the most sense. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. For the people of Thavnir, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. Aye. It's time to... Oh, Tower of Zot. Hell yeah. I love how Aura Eyes rings are no longer just circles. Yeah, that change is really cool. Wait. Oh, I've never had to swap category like this before. That's new for me. Okay. Old school, current. Okay, so that's gonna be a thing now then. You can see right here how much time I've spent at the Golden Saucer. I don't even have the button unlocked. Had almost 3,000 hours. Okay. Endwalker, Tower of Zot. I'm sorry, Alice.
Right then. Right then. Right then.
Right then.
Right then.
Right then. Yeah, good night, man. Thanks for hanging out.
My turn. 'Twould be a pleasure as always.
Let's give it our all.
Yeah.
Right then.
I'm bringing Justinian. Sorry, Alizé. He needs to be here. Yeah. Here we go. Well, that looks disgusting. Just being fused to the tower like that. What the hell? A foul place. Let us proceed with caution. Ruin. Welcome to Endwalker, where long pulls are not a thing. Really? I mean, with AI, that's just not happening, but they don't do long pulls in this? Why? Just because of difficulty or something else? Partially joking, but just have a lot of walls. Oh, okay, I see.
You're mine! There!
There she is. We'll save you yet. I promise. We'll get you out of there. I sense a great surge of ether, as if a summoning hath begun. The three sisters, yeah. It's the Manusia come to life. We'll focus on sustaining the Akasodra. The rest of you must keep going, onwards and upwards. I wonder if it's all three of them at the same time, or all three of them spread out through the dungeon. Because I would love to see more, like, different deities from, well, like this culture. But I'm assuming it's going to be the three of them spread out to different parts of the dungeon. I look forward to getting Summoner to 90 so that I can finally actually summon the Primals with my abilities instead of just the tiny, goofy looking things. Oh, so Rekindle is a heal. Interesting. Makes sense, I guess. It is Phoenix.
guess I am summoning Phoenix. That's kind of cool. So I have one primal so far.
You're mine!
You're mine!
You're mine! Just everyone, like, got one sheet of paper. Like, here are 4 voice lines. Everybody record them. Look at this thing. Mindaruva. Is that the small one?
Prepare yourself!
Begone from our tower. So am I hearing the boss music for the first time here? Okay. Oh, hell yeah! That is a dirty bass sound, dude. I kind of love the boss music. The lead motif creeping in there. Cool as hell. This song is sick, okay? This is a great song.
You cannot stop us! You're mine! There!
Oh boy. Well, that's not fair. Ooh. Oh, I've seen this helmet before. I've seen this on the Eorzea collection.
Interesting. That's like a dead horse almost. Or dead unicorn is the case. Very well, maybe. That was sick. What a great song they've made for this. Hell yeah. Now, for Endwalker, I haven't gone through the dungeons and made a list of the gear that I want from them. And I'm probably not going to this time. I'm probably gonna wait until I've seen them all. Or at least play a dungeon before I add it to my lists.
You're mine!
My turn.
What are these things? They're like vines or something? Weird. Oh, they're Imperials. They've been so far corrupted they started changing form. What the hell?
You're mine!
They certainly are.
My turn.
Is it one of those like completely round-headed dudes? Yeah. Like a ball at the end of a long neck.
You cannot stop us!
Nice. Well, at least Crystal Conflict takes like, what, 5 to 7 minutes tops to finish. Like, even if you lose, you still get the resource. Says a very non-competitive person, I've never, luckily never been like frustrated with the mode, thankfully. Because I'm like, well, I win or I lose and I get what I'm here for anyway, so it's whatever. Which is probably frustrating for a lot of people around me who are competitive. But it's not like I'm trying to lose anyway, but, you know, still. I don't get mad when I lose, it's like my points. And I know that frustrates some people. I get well annoyed at other things instead. Here we go. was looking over here, like, where the hell is my carbuncle? Not realizing I had Bahamut out on the field.
You're mine!
Yeah, little Bahamuts. So the next, the name of my next album I'm releasing, Lil Bahamuts. It's the new name I'm working under. There she is. Sandaruva. Here we go, kick-ass song.
Prepare yourself.
This will hurt.
Hell yes! The slap bass is such an insane choice, I love it. Jesus, okay.
You're mine!
This will hurt.
You're mine!
Okay. How do we... Oh. I'm just gonna quickly, while I'm very distracted here, I'm gonna do this, do that. Okay. There we go. Okay. Back to being focused.
There!
This will hurt.
Apparently.
You're mine!
Am I supposed to look away or something when he does his thing? Is that why I get frozen every time? Where are we going, guys? Over here? Okay.
All or nothing!
Woo! If I alone cannot expel you, am I gonna meet all of them at the end? Those are kind of cool. Okay, so it's not just me. I have no clue how the time stop works. I thought it was gonna be like a look away thing, but never saw anything about it again. So I have no clue if it's the room or something else. Oh boy. A rotor.
I have you!
They'll manage, I have to blow my nose. Ugh. I've been needing to do that for like half an hour, I think. Okay. Amulet of Healing is apparently a bracelet. Makes no sense, but I'll let it go.
You underestimate me!
That was an unpleasant sound. This looks like a heart of sorts. Oh, I guess it is. Interesting. Wait, really? There's so many things that could have dropped from that chest. Oh boy. Damn. Damn stuffy nose.
You're mine!
think I just wasted the Garuda summon, but whatever. Is Grim Fandango gonna show up, or are we just destroying the sisters and then we're done? Whoa. Movie time. No matter the cost, we must protect the tower. Harbingers elect, the Magus sisters. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool she went to work in a one piece. 1C, that's it. A Kigurumi. Would have been quicker to fight all three at once. That's what I'm saying. Uh-oh. Be careful what you wish for, I guess. Okay, well...
Stop us!
I'm assuming that when you're playing this with other people, you can stack them together and AoE them down, or are they stuck like this on their respective icons then too? Oh god, okay. Alphino. Thank you. I don't like that I have 2 stacks of vulnerable on me. That's not good. Here comes again. I just want the stacks to disappear. There we go, thank you.
Try and stop me.
Now I can goof around again. Okay. That's not ideal. One down. Okay, they went for the small one, okay.
Time to end this! Time to end this!
Ah. God, okay. Woo! I know it's supposed to be an elephant mask in the first one, but it looks like a pig. Woo! GG! Wait, where's the other ones? Why is only... Oh, because Alice could be in the party. That's why. Never mind. That's kind of cool. Whoa! Little drone thing. This is kind of weird and different. Don't hate that. Whoa, what the hell? Wah! I promise you there's a certain group of the player base that loves this chest piece. I can tell right away. God damn. Okay. We did the thing.
Is everyone all right?
So far, so good.
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
Can't wait for everything to go wrong right here.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
The ether? She's thick.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Ishtola?
Seems like
I
it.
see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point.
So destroy that.
This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look.
I swear, if this ends up being the tower itself is a primal, I'm gonna be pissed. Or is it part of Zodiark?
Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core.
Somehow Zodiark.
A man's limb.
What?
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
Well, he knows how to do that. That's easy. Woo! Yeah! Oh man.
What does she mean, a man's limb? What the hell?
And that should be the end of it.
Whose limb? Okay, she just straight up fell over.
What now?
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
Oh boy.
I pray I'm not too late.
Whoa.
Oh, what happened? Where are we?
Right where the tower once stood, I think. We're missing a few people.
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed.
Maybe they're just out of frame.
Hardly a scratch. But how?
Catmandu over here. Oh.
Raha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
Damn.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
And is he just exhausted, or...?
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll.
Okay.
He will need plenty of rest, but
Okay,
should
thank God.
otherwise be none the worse for wear.
I thought they were gonna be like, but he himself was not affected by the spell, and he fell to his death or some shit like that.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here.
Big boats.
They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Ah.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
Yeah.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions!
Hey!
We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
We did the damn thing.
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
There she is. My big friend. That was cool. Do I seriously get to 82 from that whole dungeon? That's kind of sick. The liberated prisoners are being transported to Radzat Han for treatment.
Alice Hay and Ishtola will oversee the administration of the tempering treatment, with support from those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. Hey. 82. Nice. Scholar and Summoner both. I love that they share a base class and therefore share XP. It's one of my favorite things, especially because I really love to play both of them. Still 81 quests though. Red Mage. Had enough rest, have you? You never were one for being idle. Right, Varshan bade us come to Megaduta at our earliest convenience. The others will join us there once they've finished tending to the prisoners. Ah, wait. On second thought, you and Estinian should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour by the great work. We left Graha in the alchemist's care, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar.
Just me and you and me then. The guardsman at the gate should wave us through.
So... we have trust right away. Sick. Okay, Tower of Zot. Stinian is here. Good, okay. Instead of Reen. Yeah. How many? Oh, he has multiple outfits as well. Cool.
Right then.
Old school Estinian. Nice. I wonder what this one is.
Victory will be ours.
Oh no! They still have their Shadow Bringers levels. Oh no! That's why Gratia had a glam that I couldn't unlock yet, because it's unlocked through leveling. I was looking at him here and was like, why can't I see this on Shadowbringers? And apparently it's because he unlocks it in Endwalker. That makes sense. Okay, so I need to level them up over there, but that's gonna happen with oh right, I can't fly. That's gonna happen with my dungeon gear farm though, so they're all gonna be leveled up soon enough. 430 to 520. Yeah. That's a substantial upgrade. I don't necessarily like this one, and I can't sell it, so be gone. I think so far the coolest red mage weapon I've seen are either the Moogle sword from 2.1, I think it is, or the artifact, well, not the artifact weapon, but like the job weapon you get with the armor in Stormblood. If I could open the glamour plate, I could show you, but Eureka weapons? I haven't seen those. Literally fire? That's cool, though. That's cool. Suddenly I have 4 jobs at level 82. That's kind of cool. I'm glad I'm somewhat keeping up with all the levels. Only White Mage, Astro Sage, and Black Mage trailing behind. Just, you know, as long as you get them all to 81, you can just do the dungeon stuff, and that makes it all much easier to handle.
Ah, honored scions, you're free to enter at your leisure. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must make your own way. Should you require directions in the city, the sentry stationed at the fountain atop the steps would be glad to assist you. Are we finally entering for real this time? Maybe not. Estinianson. Though I have been to Ratzatan before, this place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for directions for this sentry at the fountain. Lead the way and don't expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others. Okay. It's fine with me. This feels like Rulger's Reach. For some reason. Like the big open area near the water. I'm assuming this is water, but I might be wrong because there's an aetheryte thing here. So that doesn't really make sense. But this reminds me of the open area with water in Rulger's Reach, and this is like a big extended version of the side lanes with vendors and stuff. That is my first impression of the map. Hello. Not you. Ah, Master Chrane, I presume. I understand you're here for an audience with the satrap. If you require directions to Megadudu, I should be glad to provide them. Megatuda. What was the order of that? The letters? Megaduta, okay. Megaduta? I don't know. The satrap's residence is situated in Dharma, the high spot of Ratzatan. So the Dharma initiative runs Ratzatan. That's terrible news. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north, due to the state of alert. However, most businesses are currently closed and the aetheryte disabled. What? As such, I will provide you with an alternate path. First, please ascend the steps next to this fountain, then continue left. There will be more steps, and upon ascending them, you will emerge on Paxa's path. Proceed through the large door on the right, and you will arrive at Ruveda Fibers. Within, you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, we head up. Sounds straightforward enough. There's a lot of dialogue in this expansion so far that is just directions. I've noticed. Ah yes, I know about this portal. It leads to a nearby isle, the treasure vault of one of Radzatan's wealthiest families. They took the God of Luck for their guardian, on account of which they occasionally open up a section of their vaults for aspiring treasure hunters to try their own luck, or so they say. There are also coffers hidden across the land that act as portals. Find one and you gain access to the vaults. Oh, okay. Something to bear in mind in case you exhaust your funds while on the road. It is a troublesome experience, as I can personally attest. Uh-huh. That's closed. Did I already misunderstand the directions? See, he told me all of that to no use. I already forgot everything. Heading to Megaduta, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right and go through the door to the top of the stairs. You'll emerge at the end of okay. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps the other side of me, you will find the workshops of Ruveda Fibers. Though you're free to observe the artisans, take care not to lose your way.
Ah, Thavnarian weave. Hard to imagine more vibrant stuff. I dare say Amaric would be partial to the gold thread. And the blue, of course, he loves his blue.
I love that I just nodded.
I've never put much thought into what I wear. A spare set of clothing is usually all I carry. And if that isn't enough, I can always obtain something locally.
That is me in real life. In video games, I care a lot about like glamour and transmog and stuff like that, but in real life, I'm very simple when it comes to clothing. I'm like, oh, does this fit? Okay, good. Someone made that jump on the first try. I'm very bad at jumping puzzles, so I'm quite surprised. Dama. It's a big city. If you're here for an airship, I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice.
So the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. That aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business at the Megaduta.
Permit me to direct you. Uh-huh. Yeah, it's just up here, like... So many stops for people to be like, left and right and up and down and left and right. It's just go to the far left side of the map and then up.
I remember pausing here by here with Vajan. The situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life is yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to Hamsa myself. These poor things having to hear that. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful.
As he locks eyes with them, that's kind of great. It would have been fun if I also put on the same armor as Estinian, just running around as clones of each other. I will be doing that on my Allison when I get here. When I play through the MSQ on that character in like 14 years. I think I took all 3 of these. Now for that one. Megaduta! Am I up to date on this list? Yeah, okay, cool. Tower of Vods, yeah. Oh, hi. Out of nowhere you came. Oh, look at that. That's a cool sage outfit. Very cool. Greetings and welcome to Megaduta. May I inquire after your business?
We are members of the Sign of the Seventh Dawn. Come at the invitation of His Excellency.
Ah, of course. We have been expecting you. I'll show you into the audience chamber if you would please follow me. This is a song I thought would stay in Shadowbringers, honestly. I'm glad it's here, though. It's a nice little tune. Hey.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
He's here.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
That's my line.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude.
It's nice where you're finally talking to a dragon. That's very nice.
Tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzat-Han.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia.
Okay.
Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzat-Han will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Yeah. For real, though.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
Oh, wow.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragon Song War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question.
No.
The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, Its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift.
So he came here after.
Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
Oh, you... Okay. You talked to her?
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydralin to whom we must look for answers.
Yeah. And I still don't know how that damn flower plays into this whole thing.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort.
Oh?
'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsummer did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydralin endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydralin does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment.
Oh?
There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
He traveled with me for quite a while. I only wish he could be here with us now. Saved my life in Omega.
I know of his clash with Omega, and the long slumber which was his price. Yet even closed in sleep, my father's eyes are far from blind. He is watching over thee, watching over this world. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsummer's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread.
Oh?
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot, thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm waking up in 5 hours to go to work.
More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
And there he is.
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Coming back in to get me? What are you?
Ah, apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
Okay.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter.
No, it was a good conversation, I don't mind.
Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
Yeah. I hope you're right. Okay. So, what were you and Virtra talking about? Nothing? Very well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up to them. Archon Loaf! This might be the last quest we do for the night. If there is one after this where it's like, now it's time to return here or go there, like then this would be perfect. But I don't think that's gonna happen because we like just got here. But still, like I think this is the last quest I have in me for the night. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let's return to the Mulberry Orchard. There's... Oh, really? This is a good quest to stop after? Okay, that's good to hear. Okay, it's over here. I guess I could have just ran here, though. From here, we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. Bro, why do we just have a bunch of quests with directions? There we go. Speed is the name of the game. Where the street turns, enter the door straight ahead and then descend the steps. I thought the Crystarium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Rodsathan. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Let's see where this door takes us. But like, as a game dev, do you want to make a confusing town? Like, do you want people to get lost in there? Can I use this now? It's still disabled. Okay. Maybe if I talk to them. And here is the Aetheryte Plaza. So far, so good.
And there isn't much further to go. From here, we just need to cross the other side of the hall, then pass through the larger 2 doorways. High Crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others have already collected the warding scales. Come, let us join them. I'm gonna go up here and take this thing. Do these stack? I don't think so. Doesn't feel like it. Still not usable. Nope. Whoa. That's a lot of funky colors, dude. It's very cool. We're lost, of course, but at least we found the place.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations.
It's not a bad idea either. Why not both?
Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from
It's
here.
seriously Bosnia.
Indoma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
Bosnia sounds better.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
Oh, okay. Jesus. I was like, what the hell is that sound? Hello.
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
Well, this is she.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently.
Yeah.
Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Havnir from an awful fate.
Hey.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true?
Yeah. Not bad, huh?
Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
What? Oh.
Look at that. Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there?
I honestly don't know.
How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
No, do explain.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
Okay.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities.
You mean as if you were to break your limits?
That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
Like when the Ultima weapon is about to blow and the character's chest starts glowing?
Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense. You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Sharlayan then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Yeah. We're in the end game now. I guess this was kind of a perfect place to stop. I'll take it. But I guess the quest isn't done. Time. I'm going for 8 hours. Jesus Christ. Is this operational now? Really? Then how do I get back here later? Guess by airship or something? When it finally opens up again, because I was talking to the airship guy. So there absolutely is an airship thing. Well, I think that's gonna be the end of today's stream. I think we're gonna stop there. Or would it be better if I, like, finished out this quest? Or should I just leave it there? I mean, I might as well finish it. Just for the sake of finishing the quest. I think this is the last Aetherite. Aethernet shard, I mean. To attune. Comma. Oh, I don't have that one yet. Hey, whatever. I'll take it when I come back. Okay. Charlian. Let's wrap up this quest. And then call it a night. Almost an hour and a half later than I expected to. It's good to be back and with the fruit of our labors safely in storage. For now, we are but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Thancred suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. Welcome back, Chrane. Kryl has appraised me of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. While it isn't much, I've changed your sheets and plumped up your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice, clean bed after completing a major milestone. Be it penning a thesis or defeating deiform entities. So would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings now? Yes. Okay, there's like an event here. Okay. Huh. If Ardbert shows up in this room now, I'm gonna shit myself. But if anyone would show up, it's probably Hydaelyn.
Take heart and protect them well.
Oh. Now I'm hearing dragons. Oh, McDonald's.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Hamburgers and pizza. Okay. Shit.
I thought she was about to remove the tomato and I was about to applaud her, but then it was the... No. That shit is slipping out of your burger, dude.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well.
Yeah.
But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
What? To perfect his brooding stare?
Nah, he's got that shit down pat.
Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
I would love to see that.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
I love the Gratia was just eating away at his burger, looking at her.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Crile, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Cue Heidelin.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes? Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat-Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt. The relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed, and in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won, perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Rude.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Good points.
Oh.
Why is the moon not red anymore? What was that all about? You do know these are my quarters. Are we pushing on until dawn?
I'm not that ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
Yeah, no kidding. It's 1:30. Was he about to fall asleep? What happened? Oh? Oh my! Edge McGee. The moon. Oh no, Grim Fandango.
Ah! Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news.
It's Amon now, right?
Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes... questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Of that.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is... equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke.
And that's an image.
But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more, and then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn, burn, let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
Jesus. Psychopath.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
He turned into Bob Dylan there for a second.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, You are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting too was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
Interesting. Oh. On Wings of Hope. Okay. And there's the new quest. Level 82. Okay. Shit. Okay. 81 was short-lived. Okay. Well, that's it for tonight. It's 1:30 a.m. I have to get up for work. I wake up at 6. I start at 7. Jesus. My back. Oh, okay. Well, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for hanging out. It was a good time. It was a good 8 hours and 30 minutes of a good time. Fellow 1:30 a.m. enjoyer. Damn right. I'll probably be back tomorrow with more of this. So, thank you for hanging out. It's been a great time. Take care. Bye.